Yo, what is up? How is everybody doing? It is 12:18 a.m. Pacific Time, California, and we are going to be talking a little bit about the Euros. We're going to do a preview of Italy Wales. We're going to talk about the Euros, and then we're going to talk about some Milan news that I think we should discuss. So, first of all, I got some lights going on, some mood. I felt like doing a nice little video tonight, maybe 1 hour, talk about these topics. Um, then tomorrow, definitely, we're going to have the watch along with Italy. Joel, my friend, how are you doing, sir? How's everything going? All right. So I'm not going to waste any time today. I'm just going to get into it. Uh, I'm going to go right away into the Italy Wales preview. Anybody, guys, watching this, please remember to like, subscribe, and participate in the RossonARI TV channel, the RossonARI TV universe. We are looking forward for the season to start once again and just immerse ourselves in the world of AC Milan. But in the meantime, we're going to focus on the Euros. So let's start right away with Italy Wales. So Italy Wales. Italy has already passed the group. They're already qualified for the next round. So we're expecting a different look Italy tomorrow. The formation seems to be Di Lorenzo, Bonucci, Bastoni, and Emerson. Goalkeeper Donnarumma. In the midfield, we're expecting to see Verratti, Jorginho, Cristante, most likely, those three players. It'd be nice to get Verratti back in the mix. Verratti is a top player, so he can only do well for Italy. And then up top, the expected lineup for tomorrow is Berardi, Belotti, and Chiesa. So, different look Italy, but still a very strong Italy. I would say that the biggest weakness of this Italy in comparison to the previous two Italies we've seen so far is Emerson on the left, who does not, dribble and take on the man as much as Spinazzola does. So that's obviously going to be a less offensive Italy. Cristante more of a defensive midfielder. No Insigne. So we, I'm not expecting to see an Italy that is so offensive and so capable to break down defenses the way they did against Turkey and Switzerland. And I think it's the right thing to do. Mancini needs to rest his players. He needs to rest his big guns. Give them a break. Chiellini, he had that injury. He was able to kind of mitigate the situation and get himself out of the game as soon as he could, not to make things worse. But he should be back for the next game. Verratti, good opportunity for maybe Barella to take a break. Barella, very important player. So Barella is probably going to take a break. Insigne take a break. Spinazzola take a break. These are players. Spinazzola, a player that has probably run one of the players in the tournament that has run the most kilometers. So I'm expecting to see a very competitive Italy, but nonetheless a less offensive Italy. An Italy that is still very capable of holding the ball and probably is going to dominate possession, but maybe a less creative Italy. When it comes to Wales, instead, Wales is going to be pretty much, they're going to put in their strongest team. Wales is playing everything tomorrow. They're in a good spot. They're pretty much, I think they're pretty much qualified at this point. But, we can expect the Wales to be a very aggressive, physical, British, usual kind of team, very proud, very, you know, competitive. So we're definitely going to expect, a competitive Wales that is going to try and score goals. Bale, Ramsey, they have some very good players, very technical players that can break down any kind of defense. So it should be a great game. Tomorrow should be a fantastic game of football. Probably more balanced than the games we've seen so far. And we'll see what happens. We definitely will see what happens. I'm not going to give you any predictions. I'm not all about that. You know, the field talks. The field talks. Um, So yeah, and that is what I've got to say about Italy Wales. So let's keep on going to the next topic, which is the Euro review. And in the meantime, what's up, Mr. Leon Hun? Zaccagni is too bad for Milan in my mind. Why is Zaccagni too bad? Zaccagni is a fantastic football player. In a team like Milan, Zaccagni would only improve and be great, surrounded by players like Ibrahimovic, like Kessi, like Teo Hernandez, Kjaer, Tomori, Benacer, and hopefully whoever Milan is going to buy, you- we're talking about a player that is very technical, a player that has some incredible through balls. If you actually watch Zaccagni, the way his capabilities are incredible. The thing about Zaccagni is that he plays for a team that technically is not very impressive, a team that, you know, a team that is more a fighting team. But you put Zaccagni in the context of Milan, you get him in Milanello, you get him to train the Milan way, and you get him to express his technical and his creativity. Forget about it. Zaccagni would be a beautiful player for AC Milan. So I definitely do not agree with you saying that Zaccagni is a bad player. Mrs. Skillard, how you doing, sir? What is going on? How you doing? Man, this is early for me. Yes, I'm going to do a stream. I have some topics I want to talk about, and I was like, man, I wasn't able to do a stream on Thursday. I wasn't able to do a stream on Friday. Um, I wasn't able to do a stream on Saturday. So I'm like, I wasn't able to do a stream. Maybe tomorrow I'm definitely going to do a stream of the watch along. But there are some Milan topics I wanted to discuss. So I'm going to do the stream, put it out. Hopefully we get some views, some subscribers, some likes. Traffic is slow. Traffic is slow. But let's move on. Let's move on to the next subject, the Euro review. So when it comes to the Euro review, what have we seen so far? To be honest with you, we haven't seen anything. We haven't seen anything. I'm looking at a lot of these pundits, ESPN, all these whatever uh, channels in England, all over the world. Everybody's saying who are the favorites, who are this, who is that, and a lot of people talk hyping up Italy. Guys, the truth is that when it comes to these kind of competitions, how you do in your first or your second game literally means nothing. It means zero. And we have seen this time and time again. One thing, though, that is consistent in whoever does well in these championships is the goals conceded. It usually is the team with the least amount of goals conceded that wins these tournaments. Um, so that's something to look out for. But as far as a lot of people saying that now Italy are one of the favorites, we got to relax with this conversation about Italy being one of the favorites. These are just the first two games. A lot of people like me that have been following Italy for all since Mancini took over. I've seen every single game. I've seen every single game Mancini has played before the tournament even started. Like, to me, the way Italy is playing is not that much of a surprise. Rather, my surprise was more how Turkey played and how Switzerland played and how they reacted to the way Italy played. That was more surprising to me. But the fact that Italy is capable of playing this way obviously wasn't a surprise for me. I told a lot of my friends, guys, you're going to see a different Italy. This is an Italy where right now the generation of Italy is all these midfielders that are very possession based, technical based. But this doesn't mean that Italy are the favorites. And yeah, Skilly, for sure, they deserve hype based on the two games. But um, what really matters is it's really what happens after the groups. So let's talk about the other teams. First of all, I want to talk about Belgium. Belgium is ranked number one, and let's talk about how amazing that a country with only 17, or I think it's 15 million people, or something, either 15 or 17 million people, can produce so much talent. They are going through a golden generation. Belgium is a very strong team, a lot of talent, a lot of capability of winning big games. Players like De Bruyne, Hazard, Carrasco, obviously Lukaku, a player that we know very well in the Serie A, and Telsman, the midfielder. So a team that has a lot of elements that are very good. Of course, Mertens. Let's not forget Mertens. A team that so far they have conceded a goal, which I thought was kind of surprising. I got to admit that Denmark played really well against Belgium. Denmark maybe is the team that looked the most like Italy, the way they played. Maybe it was because there were this thing with what happened when Ericsson really inspired them. But Denmark had played fantastic football against a very strong team. And I want to say that I think Belgium was a little bit lucky to get the result because if you ask me, Denmark was the better team. But again, why did Belgium win? Because they have these exceptional players that can create moments of magic out of nothing. So that's, if you have these players that can create moments of magic, even when your team is not the best team on the field, well, that's the advantage. So when it comes to the quarterfinals, the next round, the semifinals, the finals, I know Italy can play. I know Belgium can play. I know France can play. I know Germany can play. I know Holland can play. England can play. But who's going to create the moments of magic? So it really is going to come down to that. Who is going to take this competition by the you know what's? So it's going to come down to that. And let's go through the teams that are, let's say, the most favorite. Okay, we've spoken about Italy, so we don't need to talk about Italy anymore. Let's go on to spoken about Belgium. Belgium has a very good chance of winning. They have the players. Lukaku definitely could be the top goal scorer of the tournament, no doubt. Now, thing is that it looks like Belgium and Italy are going to face each other pretty soon. And if Italy goes through and Belgium goes through, both as first, I think these two teams are going to face each other in the quarterfinals. So there, in a quarterfinal, Italy-Belgium, it's a coin toss at this point. Today, maybe Italy has more tradition, more, let's say, history when it comes to these kind of games. Milan is not going to suffer Belgium. Italy is not going to suffer Belgium, that's for sure. Um, Italy has never suffered Belgium as a country, but Belgium has players that can create something out of nothing. So it's a coin toss. Now, other teams that I saw that looked good, England to me looks like a good team. If just because they tied against Scotland, to me that doesn't mean that this team doesn't have what it takes to win. All these teams really need is just one game to inspire them, and then they use that momentum. Now, if you look at England's chemistry and compare it to maybe Italy's chemistry or Belgium's chemistry or Germany's chemistry, there's something to be left desired there. England seems to not be able to create goals with ease. They have to work for it. So, but we're not counting out England. Holland. Let's talk about Holland. Holland plays beautiful football. Holland has a lot of technical players, a lot of players that could be interesting. Oh, wait, hold on. What are you? I hope someone shuts England up. It's not coming up. I think that's the phrase used the most during either the World Cup or the Euro in England. It's coming home. They always say that. The competition has Hakan's, you know what. So, Holland. Now, the thing about Holland is that Holland has conceded a few goals, already two, or I think is it 3 or 2? I think it's 2 so far. I mean, that's already a lot. That's right. Because, guys, now I don't remember what the last Euro was, but I remember maybe when Spain won the Euro, they had conceded only one goal in that whole tournament. In 2012, they had only conceded one goal, and it was actually against Italy in the 1-1 tie in the first game of their round. I remember when Italy won in 2006, Italy had conceded only one goal the whole tournament in open play, and it was an own goal. So there are certain teams in this Euro that have already conceded 2 or 3 goals, And just when it comes down to the history and this of the statistics, you're already thinking, okay, maybe these teams don't have the defensive ability to win this tournament. So that's something to look out for. If you look at the statistics of all the teams that win these big competitions, they don't concede many goals. They don't concede many goals. And when I say they don't concede many goals, I'm saying like maximum two, maximum three, maximum. You're not going to see any team that wins these competitions that has conceded 5, 6, 7 goals. It's just not the case. It's either 0 or 1, maybe 2. Exceptions are 3. Okay. All right. So Holland definitely has a chance, but has already conceded a few goals, so maybe something to think about. And they don't have a number 9. They don't have a strong number 9. They have Depay, who, by the way, is not coming to Milan. He just signed with Barcelona. So, ciao Depay. See you as an opponent in the Champions League. Okay, let's talk about Spain. This Spain, to me, seems like a Spain that is a little bit sterile. It doesn't have the geniuses it used to have. It doesn't have those incredible champions that would make almost no mistakes in the entire game. They still have their style. They still have their identity, right? It comes to sporting genetics. They still have that. They still have their possession game. They'll keep the ball 80%, but they don't do much with the ball. That's a problem. They're lacking the creativity they had. They're lacking, the big striker. But again, Spain is a country with tradition, is a country with a very high level school of football. So, they could pick up later on in the tournament if they go through and they can become a very dangerous team. So definitely counting out Spain right now because of their poor performances so far is not a good is not a good look. It's not the right thing to do. Yeah, Skillard. Spain will never win with Morata front, and that's the thing. Like you look at Spain's in the past, Spain played with the Falso Nueve, which was Fabregas, but he was surrounded by many creative players like Iniesta, like Pedro, like players that were really, really good. And then before Fabregas was the false nine skiller, you had David Villa, which was a crazy good striker. Crazy good striker. Morata is just not that level, not that quality. What do you think about everyone saying Italy haven't faced a top team yet? I think this is a wrong way to look at it. I think these people are not saying the right thing because they're not understanding certain things. Whether or not Italy plays against a top team, Italy is not going to change. They're going to play the way they play. They're going to keep the ball. They're going to be creative. They're going to be dangerous. Whether they play against Germany, France, Spain, or whatever. Because the players they have, especially in that midfield, Jorginho, Barella, Verratti, Locatelli, then you have Spinazzola, Insigne, Bonucci, Chiellini. These players, it doesn't matter who we're going to play against. They're not going to change the way they play. When it comes to the big teams, it comes down to what I was saying earlier. Who is going to create that moment of magic? You can play against France, and Italy can win the game. If Immobile creates a moment of magic, or Insigne creates a moment of magic, Italy can win the game. If Mbappe or Benzema or Griezmann create a moment of magic, they're going to win the game. But this idea that Italy hasn't faced a big team, and if they play against a big team, they're going to melt. It's just people that maybe don't understand football very well, I would say. It's people that maybe are saying it because out of spite, maybe. Um, I mean, okay, look, for example, Germany. Germany played against France, right? And they scored an own goal. Germany wasn't creative at all. Then they play against Portugal. Portugal, they won the Euro last time, and Germany thrashed Portugal. Would you expect Germany to thrash Portugal right now after Germany's first performance? Well, the person that doesn't understand football says no. But me, someone that understands football very well, knows that the Germans have maybe the most consistent footballing school and philosophy that the world has ever seen. No team in the world, whether it's Brazil, Argentina, Italy, or Uruguay, whatever, has had as much success in international competition as far as Germany. Now, Brazil has more international trophies as far as World Cups, but Germany has been in more finals. Germany is the team with the most Euro Cups. Germany is the team in Europe with the most Confederation Cups. So Germany, whether or not you like it or not, is always going to be a contender. It doesn't matter if they're playing against Mbappe or Pelé or Messi. It doesn't matter. Germany has the school, and they're going to always be a contender. Same thing goes for Italy. You think Italy has never played a team like Spain before? You think Italy has never played against France before? You think Italy has never played against Germany? When was the last time Germany beat Italy? I've seen Italy beat better German teams with a less talented Italian squad. So whoever says that Italy can't play against the big teams, it's just someone that doesn't understand football. It's plain and simple as that. And I can say that with a lot of confidence because I'm not saying that, hey, we're going to play, if Italy plays against Spain, Italy is going to thrash Spain or Italy is going to thrash Mbappe. I'm saying that it's a 50-50 regardless. In some cases, maybe it goes more on Italy's way because Italy does have more tradition than many other countries. So yeah, the people that say, "What do you think?" Everyone's saying Italy haven't faced a top team yet. They're just they maybe don't understand football with as much depth. And I've heard people that are professionals, right, that say that. And like I've heard Vieira, the French player, that said that, and he said, Italy doesn't have enough power and enough speed to go all the way. To me, that is not an honest opinion. To me, that is more like he's looking at his team, France, and he's thinking, well, France, one of France's big things has always been power and speed, so he's being biased there. But I'm not like that, I mean, I don't look at football that way. I look at football in a very objective, in a very just grounded and based way. So yeah, if Italy can play against Brazil, Italy can play against Argentina, Italy can play against any team. This idea of Italy hasn't faced any top teams yet is totally crazy. Concerning teams having pacey forwards up front like France and Wales, would you rather have the Bastoni in the back than the Chiellini and Bonucci? I don't think the pacey forwards don't mean anything. It doesn't mean anything. It really doesn't, because you can mitigate that in many different ways. You mitigate that with the organization of the team, right? For example, if you have fast fullbacks, you don't need fast center backs. A lot of people don't know that. A lot of people think that you need fast center backs to play against fast strikers. But in order to play against fast strikers, it's about how you organize your team defensively and how you close the spaces and how you manipulate your opponents. Because I can play against a fast striker, but I can manipulate him into playing on the wing and sending him out wide, or I can slow him down. Or if I'm trying to catch up with him, my other player is cutting diagonally and going towards him. So speed is not going to be an issue. Speed is not an issue. Bastoni, I don't think is much faster than Chiellini or Bonucci, to be honest with you. If you play a game where you want to set yourself up for one-on-ones, then Mbappe, these players are going to win every time, every day. But you saw Mbappe. Mbappe today, what did he do today? Mbappe's strength is being able to play in tight spaces. That's the issue. It's the tight spaces. How do you play against players that can dribble around you and that can maneuver around you with so much ease? That's that's the real thing. It's not speed, because otherwise I'll just buy Usain Bolt. I'll just get Usain Bolt in my team and I'll win the Champions League every year, because there's no central defender in the world, maybe except for Tomori, that can stay side to side with a Usain Bolt. So the idea of speed to me is is a non-issue. Okay, so let me just finish with the Euro review, and and with Germany today. Germany showed an incredible game. Gosens, good for Serie to see Gosens come out and dominate. Good look for Serie. A lot of people don't know that. They're like, "Who the fuck is Gosens?" Gosens comes from the Serie A, and he dismantled Portugal today. Portugal, a team that I wonder if Ronaldo is the problem at this point. At this point, is Ronaldo really functional to 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 the way a team plays? Like for example, let's say let's look at this example. If you get Ronaldo and you put him in a team like let's say Italy or maybe let's say Italy because right now Italy is the best example. Like I feel Ronaldo would hurt Italy's game. He wouldn't complement. I don't know if Ronaldo right now is really functional to Portugal. Even though he scores the goals, he's in the right spot in the right time. He brings the charisma, he brings that. But when it comes to tactics and the way you want to use Ronaldo, now another reason why I say this is because in one of the teams I've coached, it was a college team that I've coached. I've had a similar issue where I had one player in one particular season, well, in a few seasons, for a few seasons, that he was a total superstar. He was a total superstar, just pure superstar. He scored thousands of goals, left foot, right foot, dribbled. He could dribble through defenses with ease. He had incredible pace on the ball and dribbled really good. But my because this player was such central and so important and he was key, what it caused a psychological let's say engineering. Maybe not that I wanted, but it caused it on its own. All the other players relied on that player. He became, you know, quote unquote, the savior of the team. He is the guy that is there to make you win, and you're playing for him. And I got to say that even though with that player, we played really good football, we won a lot of games, the next season, when I didn't have that player, and we didn't really have a superstar, but we had a lot of technical players that could play, the team played much better. And we won games with easier. We won games with more ease than we did with the superstar. So I wonder if that's the same thing that is happening with Portugal and teams that have Cristiano Ronaldo. I wonder if that's hurting the way they play. Ronaldo is still key. The problem is the other players on the team trying to beat him. This Euro group stage is early to judge. The knockouts will determine. Same like 2006, Portugal finished third in the group. I ended up. Yeah, that's exactly what I had said. All right, so yeah, I think at this point, giving you a favorite for the team, um, there's none. Honestly, anybody can win it at this point. Hell, even even I don't know who. What is a team that is making point? Where else could win it? Didn't Wales reach the semifinals? Um, yeah, well, I think Wales reached the semifinals last time around. So if Greece won it in Portugal, why couldn't Wales win it this time? Since they're doing okay, at least they have been doing okay, or other teams too. Sweden, maybe Sweden can win it. It doesn't have to be necessarily Italy, France, Belgium, Germany. It could be Czech Republic. It could be Croatia. It could be a team that could be. Hey, you know what? If you have money to throw away, bet on all the underdogs. You know, like five or six, seven underdogs, and you could win big if you do it. So at this point, I agree with you, Isbert. this idea of saying who's favorites and who can win it is nonsense. And having said that, we're going to move on to some Milan news. Let's start with Tomori. Tomori is officially an AC Milan player. We are very happy about this. Tomori is a defender with a lot of pace, a defender with a lot of heart, a defender that in his first stint at AC Milan showed to be a player with the capability of being a top superstar. So this is great news regard AC Milan. As a matter of fact, right now Milan in Europe is one of the teams, or maybe the team, that has spent the most, even though nothing has happened. But then look at this, guys. Think about this. Barcelona, guys, we're talking about. Guys, listen to what Barcelona have done. Barcelona have signed Holland's captain, probably one of the best players in Holland. And when you're talking about one of the best players in Holland, you're talking about one of the best players in the world. I'm talking about players in general, not superstars. So you have you've just bought or signed the captain of Holland. You've signed the best striker that Holland has. So we're talking about a huge footballing country. Barcelona have signed Aguero. Barcelona have signed 3 superstars. What is there to say? What is there to say? We talk about Milan. Okay, they've gotten Tomori. We might get Giroud. Who knows? But Barcelona already now, quiet in the background. They have already signed 3 superstars. Right now, Barcelona is probably one of the best teams in Europe going into next season. Hey, what's up, Safe? If you have money, would you buy a 35-year-old defender or a 35-year-old striker? If you have money, well, if I have money, I wouldn't buy a 35-year-old anything unless he's like already a player that maybe you can tell has a bunch of years left in it. If you have money, you want to go for players that are, between 20, 26, 27, all the way to maybe 33, 32, maybe the most. If you want to spend money, that's the best thing you can do. Those are the best players. You can buy a young player and gamble, but if you have money, the best thing to do is get players like Depay, like Aguero, like these kind of players. I think Aguero is a little bit older. What's up, Safe? I have a weird sound coming through. All right. What do you think of Yaremchuk? He's Sheva's boy. Now, I'm not really sure which player that is, but I can say one thing about Ukraine. They play really good football. And they can win too. Hey, Ukraine is probably going to face Italy next, probably. Anything can happen in football. I'm not sure about this player, so I can't really comment. So going back to Tomori, fantastic player, a player that has won his spot at AC Milan, and I'm very glad that this has become official. So now with Kjaer, Tomori, and maybe Romagnoli, that's a good defense. Let's see what happens with Romagnoli. I can totally see Sheva becoming our coach in the future. Yeah, me too. Actually, if he plays the way, if he coaches a team that way, it shows that his work has meaning and has potential. Because you cannot not admit that Turkey doesn't play well. Turkey plays. Turkey. Ukraine plays really good football. Really good football. They're organized. They have heart. They play for each other. And of course, they're good players. That always helps. And Sheva knows football. You would think he knows football. I got to say, when he was a player, I would have never really imagined him as a coach. But he looks very good. All right. So last thing about Tomori. Tomori's contract goes all the way up to 2025. Him and Manin are the first two official signings of AC Milan, and I'm sure there's much more to come. All right. Next. I hear a lot of voices about Ramos. Okay. I mean, this is my opinion about Ramos. It's like, is Milan a retirement home? That's my question. And no offense to people that are maybe senior citizens or whatever. But Ramos, I don't know about this. I'm not very convinced. I've heard, so there are people linking Ramos to Milan. Roy Hollingshead's. Oh, okay. Got you. My bad. I thought Wijnaldum was going to Barca, but PSG got him. That's interesting. Because if Wijnaldum goes to PSG, that means someone is leaving. I wonder who. Because I don't think Wijnaldum is going to go to PSG and be on the bench. And I'm pretty sure whoever is playing in that spot already is not willing to play on the bench either. So that could be interesting. But let's get back to Ramos here. So my opinion about Ramos is no thank you. Okay, I know Ramos is great. I know he's good. Bonucci was good too, guys. But Bonucci didn't work out. Of course, we want to compare Bonucci to Ramos, and that's not the right thing to do. But in my opinion, Ramos is at the end of his career. He's running on reserves. 35. If we compare him to Cannavaro, that's when Cannavaro stopped. Cannavaro at 32 was still amazing. Cannavaro at 32 went to Real Madrid and won La Liga and was still super competitive. But as soon as Cannavaro hit that 35, 36 year mark, the Ballon d'Or winner, Cannavaro, he couldn't do it anymore. Sergio Ramos did not play this entire season. He pretty much was absent the entire season. We don't need to spend millions and millions of euros for a player that is probably going to be in the medical center more than on the pitch. Of course, Ramos is a very enticing name. Everybody wants Ramos at Milan. He's going to sell shirts. Everybody's going to be impressed. But let's remember, defenders are not strikers. Because strikers can score a goal and they become the fans' favorites. But if a team concedes a goal, who's at fault? It's not the striker's fault. It's the defender's fault. So I'm not a big fan of this idea of Ramos. I would have loved him to be at Milan, but at 35, for the wages that they claim he wants, I think this operation would be a complete Mandzukic kind of operation, and it would do us no good. This is my personal opinion. Getting players like Julian Ramos is contrary to our exciting young team. I agree. Ramos is the best defender in the world, but that does not really mean he should come. Gary Tomori is perfect at the moment. He can ruin the chemistry, plus he has astronomical wages to get real people. I definitely agree with that. Safe, 100%. If we consider Ramos, then Ibrahimovic Paolo Maldini. Yes, that's a great comment. Generally, H players play better in Milan than other clubs. Nesta, Maldini, Gattuso, Costa Curta, Zlatan. What do you think Milan does to them that other clubs fail to? Well, to a certain extent, because Maldini is the exception here. Maldini was able to play at the highest level at the age of 40, pretty much the same age as Ibra. Maldini and Ibra are the same kind of, I guess, genetic identity. Nesta a little bit less, because Nesta, when he was already 35, 36, He was on the decline, and it was visible. Gattuso much younger, like already when he was 32, 33. At that age, he could not play at those levels anymore. He already Gattuso Gattuso was so much wear and tear in the way he played. Costa Curta was a player that he played for a long time. He played in Milan for a long time, but he did not. He wasn't when he was older. He wasn't a player that played much. He was a lot on the bench. Zlatan is just kind of like Maldini, one of these, let's say, elite athletes that have the ability to play at old age, probably like Cristiano Ronaldo. We're talking about elites here. What do you think Milan does to them? Other clubs fail to. No, I mean I think Juventus has players that play older, like Chiellini is old, Buffon. I don't think Milan. Honestly, to be honest with you, Uditanshu, I don't really think Milan does anything special for older players to play at Milan. Man, look at Leicester. They're a proper run club and doing smart signings. Fofana, Sumare, Daka. Wow, that's pretty good. Leicester got Daka, lucky them. Yeah, that's very nice. Bring Kaká back. Yeah, Kaká is the same age, is pretty much the same as Sergio Ramos. Now, I admit, before I move on to the next subject, that Sergio Ramos could come to Milan and then just completely kill it. And I'd be like, oh, okay, guys, I never said anything. I'd hide. Or I'd just admit, okay, I was wrong. But when Ibra to me is different. But not so much, to be honest with you, because Ibra would still has what it takes to score goals and to be that kind of organizer in the offense, even at the age of 40, maybe more so even now. When it comes to defenders, this is a hard question for me to really answer. Is Sergio Ramos going to have a big impact technically on the team? Is he going to be able? Yeah, safe. I agree with safe, 100%. Ramos would just ruin the chemistry. He would just ruin the chemistry. All right, let's move on from Ramos. There's reports that aim for this transfer window is to get Diaz, Dalot, Giroud, and two more players with loan option. So that is what we can expect. So that's it. We can't expect big signings. Yes and no about that. Yes and no. Diaz, Dalot, they want to do the option, right? What do you call it? The loan option that they're going for. I think that is probably going to happen. I don't know about Dalot. I'm very confident about Diaz. I'm not 100% sure about Dalot just yet. Giroud, to me, at this point, from the reports that I'm reading, it seems like he's definitely coming to Milan. But I wouldn't be so sure about Milan not signing big players. I wouldn't be so sure about it. I don't want the queue into the medical room starting from there. Yeah, bro, Daka done deal. They might even get Eduardo Celtic. The attack is fire. Nice. That's true, bro. We need one or two more seasons in UCL. All right, let's move on to the next subject, which is, what do I have? Ibra. Ibra is deciding to, by the talks of it, is deciding to have a surgery. So that means that we're not going to see Ibra till maybe. Well, that means he's going to miss the whole summer preparation. Okay, that means he's going to miss the whole preparation. He's not going to be able to prepare at full capacity. So that means he's going to probably come beginning of the season, and we can't expect to have Ibra right away at full capacity. And obviously, we hope that there's no recurring injuries. But the fact that he is having a surgery kind of forces Milan to take the offensive targets really seriously. And so we have, that's why I was saying he's going. I'm not so convinced that Milan is not going to have any big signings. I actually think that Milan is going to most likely buy some important players, players that will become very important for the team. The thing is that this is going to happen most likely in August, probably the last few weeks of August, which, to be honest with you, is kind of not great because it just means that these players won't have much time to adapt and to get into the system. Obviously, it's better to buy these players sooner rather than later so they get accustomed. But right now, a lot of these players that Milan is probably looking at are at the Euros anyway. So the Ibra surgery forces Milan to take this thing seriously, which kind of brings me to the next subject that I'm going to talk about in just a moment after I'm looking at what you guys are saying here, which kind of made me a little bit happy. So there's some good news. In some of this negative news a little bit now, there is also good news. But the Ibra thing does worry me a little bit. Because at this point, honestly, guys, we don't know if Ibra is going to even play next season. We honestly do not know if Ibra is going to play next season. It is very much possible, guys, that Ibra is not going to play next season. Guys, we're talking about a 40-year-old, right? The wear and tear on a 40-year-old is serious. We're talking about cartilage that is not there anymore. We're talking about muscles that have so much wear and tear that they lost all of their strength. We're talking about bones that are starting to develop, what do you call them? Bone spurs and stuff like that. Wear and tear is real. So with this injury here in the operation, I'm not 100% sure that Ibra is back. I'm not 100% sure, and we'll see about that. So let's see what Safe said. Every window is the same, names and names and names, and in the end, the most we're getting is Giroud. No, I don't think so. I don't think so, Safe. Hakan Çalhanoğlu will have to resign because he has no other option, and we will come out with shit like I've always loved Milan. It is in my heart and all that rubbish. I want to talk about Çalhanoğlu actually. Çalhanoğlu is making a huge mistake. He's making a huge mistake because next season, with all this drama that I don't want to call it drama, but with this behavior, you're definitely going to, if Çalhanoğlu has a shitty game, the fans will make sure that they that he knows he had a shitty game. So he's putting himself in a contentious kind of position. His Euro has been a failure so far. Let's see what happens. I think he's playing tomorrow. So tomorrow is his last chance to maybe steal a contract from someone. But if he doesn't perform tomorrow, we have spoken about, hey, maybe he doesn't even deserve to be the player on the full salary cap. We maybe should give him, half of, just maybe 500K more than what he's making, but not double. Because of his behavior, one, because of the things he said. He was recently asked about the contract in a conference, and his answer, honestly, maybe because of his Italian, I think it was in English. I can't remember if it was in Italian or English, but maybe because he's not proficient in either Italian or English, what he wanted to say didn't come out the right way. But the way he answered that question regarding the contract talks with Milan, again, I don't want to put words in his mouth. Again, because his English is not very proficient, neither is his Italian. But it sounded to me like he was very cold. It sounded like he was very cold, and I don't like that. And I know Milan fans. Milan fans want players that fight and sweat for the shirt. Milan fans want players that say that this is their favorite team and they would not play anywhere else. Milan fans want players that say that they want to play for Milan forever. That's always been the Milan fan mindset. So he's setting himself up for some shitty moments in the future. You can argue. All right. Which will mean Milan will be cheap once again and not get a cable trequartista. Say if you're being a little bit negative, you're being negative. Have more faith in AC Milan. Ibra should be back after preseason, but before the start of the season. That would be like Romagnoli this past season. Well, he should be back. But, I mean, listen, hi, hey, by the way, hey, what's up, Ollie? I mean, Ibra got injured so many times this season. And the last game of the season, he really got injured, but he needs an operation. Why do you guys think that would just stop? You know, that's my question. Why would that just stop? Why would he just stop getting injured if he gets this operation? I honestly don't know. I honestly don't know. We could wrap up Belotti in 5 days at most, but once again, we're cheap fucks, and the most we want to pay for him is like 50 million, 80, 18. I'm going to talk about Belotti in a second, actually. I'm optimistic about Belotti for now. The surgery was to clean up the mess in his knee, no? Yeah, it is to clean up the net because his cartilage is pretty much gone. All right, that means that there's so much wear and tear there that his cartilage is gone. But let's see, guys. I hope I'm wrong. Actually, I want to quote something that Safe says that I actually really like, and I love this quote. And is I would rather be happy and wrong than sad and right. So I really hope that Ibra is going to be back, and if he can perform half a season, and we have another really good striker that can take his spot when he's not available, you know, that could be an option. Having Ibra in the locker room has obviously shown that for Milan it's essential. It's key. It totally changed the locker room. And Pioli has absolutely no intention of getting rid of Ibra. All right. I hope Ibra doesn't do any of this Ramos shit anymore and focus on the team. Can see Ibra or Kjaer. Who should be the captain? I think Kjaer should be the captain because he's the oldest player, and because I think he's maybe a player that is more. This can sound a little bit maybe mean, but he's a player that is maybe more expendable. While Kessie is a long-term player, you know, Kessie is a player that we want at Milan for many years. So we don't want to give him the captaincy right now, and then something happens, and then the captaincy can compromise him even more. Ibra can easily be the captain of the team. Ibra honestly is already the captain of the team. But on the field, I would give it to Kjaer. Kjaer is going to play a lot of games. Romagnoli, if he stays, when he plays, he's going to be the captain. I don't think that's going to change. But if you ask me, out of these three, I would say Kjaer. And we saw how Kjaer is good at being a captain. We saw it at this Euro. There's a lot of talks about Leao to leave in Everton, and Wolves are interested. His agent Mendes had talks with both clubs. I think he's probably going to leave. Yeah, I've seen these reports too. I've also seen that Leao might be used in exchange with Kamara. Now Kamara honestly is a midfielder. We need a midfielder because I think the Mate thing is done. So we definitely need a midfielder. I honestly don't know this player. You know, guys, unfortunately, I am so focused on the Serie A that when it comes to players that play in the Liga, I just can't really tell you for now whether or not they're good or not. But I'm pretty sure that if Maldini thinks this is the right player, then I trust him. My man welcomed leaving for Galatasaray. And he also had never say never. What more proof that we need? Oh, we're talking about Çalhanoğlu. To be honest, Hakan is replaceable. Yeah, of course he's replaceable. He's definitely replaceable, and there are many players out there that are better than Çalhanoğlu. Now, the reason why I've said this many times, the reason why AC Milan is not treating Çalhanoğlu the same way they treated Donnarumma is because Milan wants to keep Çalhanoğlu because one, it's convenient. Two, Pioli likes the player. And three, me and many other people think that Çalhanoğlu is a very good player and he can be very useful. Fully agree and would wait. Yeah, yeah, that's about Çalhanoğlu. Kamara's class, very exciting. He's a young leader. He can also play as a center. Oh, nice. I like players that can. Oh, that's really good then. I like that a lot. Players that can double up in different positions, especially center back. Center back is such an important role. And if you have a midfielder that can play both midfield and center back, and I guess if he can also play center back, he's probably a defensive midfielder. So maybe someone similar to Mate. Mate is someone that had a really good season with Milan. Someone that was very important for Milan. Very important Milan. Hakan needs to humble himself. Once he's out of Milan, he's going to end up in the mid-table club and fighting for relegation. I definitely agree with you, Isborn. He definitely needs to humble himself, and he needs to manage his relationship with Milan much better, because it's definitely not looking good the way he's managing his relationship with Milan, with fans, and etc. All right, let's move on to this subject here. Last report, then we can just answer a few more questions. New links with Belotti. Any updates? Okay, before we go into the Belotti thing, any updates on the Junior Firpo transfer? Now, Junior Firpo seems to be right now the voice that the journalists have put out. I've saw also that Junior Firpo is linked with another team. I believe it was an English team, if I'm not wrong. Nothing official about Junior Firpo. So let me just clarify something to you guys. So when the Milan is going out there looking for players, any team, they're setting the eyes on many players. They're looking at many players. They're not necessarily going after Firpo or Ziyech or Giroud, or well, maybe Giroud, yes, because it seems like that is a more almost official, maybe. But they have many options, and the media just picks up one name and then pushes this one name. But in the course of the day, in the course of a 12-hour working day or an 8-hour, 9-hour working day, Maldini and co are probably talking to many different agents, many different teams that have left backs that Milan is interested in. And this is honestly one of the reasons why following the transfer market is kind of like fantasy world in a way. It's kind of like like a comic book, It's just names in order to sell, to clickbait. Yeah, Milan is going for Firpo, but Milan is probably going for another 5 or 6 players in that role. For all we know, Milan probably asked Roma, "Hey, what's the deal with Spinazzola?" And we don't know that. We don't know who Maldini is calling. We don't know who agents are coming to Milanello and calling Maldini and asking them if they're interested in certain players. And what about the South American tournament right now? How many players are playing right now in Copa America that Milan are looking at? There's a lot of players that these journalists have absolutely no clue about. Because again, guys, remember this. Nobody knew about Mourinho. When Mourinho came to Roma, there was not one journalist out of thousands. Maybe you can even say hundreds of thousands of journalists in football, in sports, around this planet. Hell, maybe almost close to a million journalists around the world. Maybe that's a lot. But we're talking about a huge amount of journalists. Not one of them knew about Mourinho going to Roma. So, when these people are doing their dealings, they're not going to the media and telling us what they're saying. They're probably they're just throwing bones out there. They're just throwing bones, and they're throwing distraction bombs, and maybe some players were really going after. Like, for example, we spoke about Çalhanoğlu. 3 players that are in Milan's radar, right, to replace Çalhanoğlu. Ziyech from Chelsea. Now, the thing about Ziyech from Chelsea is some journalists, like Pellegatti, who is very close to the Milan world, when he spoke about Zic, and he obviously is someone that has contacts with the people that work there, he said that there weren't, this was something that the media created. He said that. So now maybe they really did ask for Zic, and they're not telling Pellegatti, or maybe the media just came up with that. When it comes to now, but the thing is that most likely, because of what I said earlier, they are probably looking for Zic. They probably even asked for Pulisic. Who knows? And when they tell you, guys, this player costs too much, we're not interested. This is a lie. This is a lie. Don't listen to this. When they're saying, no, we can't get Vlahovic because it costs too much, we can't get this player because this is all BS. It's all BS, guys. It's all BS. Because they can easily get one of these players. They can find ways. It's definitely doable. And we've seen this happen in the past. So this is why when it comes to August, that's when Milan, historically, traditionally, Milan has been always a team that works in August. So so we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Oh, and going back to Çalhanoğlu, the other players linked that could replace Çalhanoğlu, Ilicic is a player that was linked with Papu Gomez. Now again, that one, Papu Gomez. The reason why Papu Gomez came out is because they know that the agent went to Casa Milan and spoke about Daniel Maldini because he's the same agent as Daniel Maldini. Milan right now has business with Sevilla, with Suso. So Papu Gomez is probably real. It's probably something that is real. Who knows which other players they're looking at for that position? Maybe they are even looking at Pessina. Maybe they're looking. Who knows what they're looking at? They're not telling us, guys. They're not telling us. Okay, they're not telling us. This is what I'm trying to tell you. They're not telling us who they're going for. Our offer to Hakan ends on the 23rd of June. Wow, that's a lot. I think Maldini did this because we actually do have options available and to show our class. Also, Maldini knows his limits. He didn't think he'd exit the groups. Well, I think 23rd of June, well, that's coming up in 3 days. So if that is true, Ollie, we will know, and it will be quite interesting to see what happens. Again, I think the whole thing about Çalhanoğlu is mostly convenience. Because really, like, Milan has to spend money. And if they're going to spend money, they need to spend it in the right places. For next season, we don't need to replace Çalhanoğlu. What we need is a right winger that can score goals, that is creative. We need a really good striker. We need a striker that is really good. That's where they want to spend money at. Like, why would you want to spend all that money for a player that is literally already there? But yeah, I honestly agree with you. They have their options. They definitely have their options. Do your own from Second Milan, by the way. Unusual time. What's up, Amir? How you doing, my friend? If we're getting back Dalot, then I don't think Milan will also get Firpo. Now, as far as I know, Dalot is basically would be the deputy to Calabria, while Firpo would be the deputy to Hernandez. As far as what I've heard, I heard Pellegatti say this, and the Pellegatti is maybe one of the guys that you would think he's very close to the Milan world, like very close. So what he specifically said was that Milan's dream defense would be Calabria and Dalot on the right. The defenders would be Tomori, Chiara, Romagnoli, Kalulu, Gabbia. And on the left, it would be Hernandez and Firpo. This is what he said a few days ago. And he said that is what, I can't remember who, someone at Milan said, someone in the higher-ups at Milan. Every man has a price he will accept, even for what he hoped never to sell. I read somewhere Pioli wants to press for every position at the very least. Yes, I read that too, and obviously that is the correct thing to do. When you're each football team should have 2 players for each position. So yeah, so honestly, guys, like when has Milan never had like a calcio mercato with no important players come in? Can you think of any year, even maybe our worst year, where nobody came in August and Milan just stayed the same? If that would happen, this would. I don't think there are any really precedents in the immediate past. Absolutely not. In maybe 2007, 2008, maybe 2007 is it was a calcio mercato that I personally remember, where we needed a new injection of players, but instead Berlusconi and co opted to go on with the old guard. But anything after that, I I can't remember of one calcio mercato in which in August Milan did not go for players that whose intention was to be important. Whether or not they succeeded at being important, that's a different story. Now we never not bought, but we just bought hardly. Yeah, yeah, exactly. So but we've made wrong purchases, and we spent a lot of money for wrong purchases. But I can't think of any year where we have not bought, and I don't think that's going to happen. And this time, honestly, guys, I'm so sure that Maldini is on top of his shit that I honestly think it's almost impossible for Milan not to have a great calcio mercato. I literally think that. I literally think that it's impossible for someone like Maldini, someone that is that intelligent, that someone that knows Milan so well. Gazidis also, guys. Even though we kind of complain about Gazidis, but these are two people that have that for me. It's impossible not to have a good calcio mercato. It's just the thing is Milan is historically has been a club that operates in August, and the reason why is because August is easier to make deals. That's pretty much it. Especially that last day when things get very chaotic. I read a lot of articles about the last day of the calcio mercato. It's quite interesting read if you ever get an opportunity to read about what happens in the last days of the calcio mercato. It's chaos. You have millions of people calling each other, people settling for deals, people saying, "Oh, just spontaneous things happen." Things that you would never think of just happen. Like maybe you're like crazy example. Crazy example. Let's say shit. Let's give an example. Let's say I'm at Atalanta, right? Something happens, blah blah blah, and Gosens all of a sudden is available, and Juventus get it, or Milan get it, or whatever. So that last day is so unpredictable, and anything can happen. That last week, the weeks leading up to that, that's when Milan comes to life. So up until then, we're going to get a few little bones here and there. We're going to get a lot of clickbait, a lot of names for us to talk about and fill up airtime. But up until August, we're not going to see much. Urbi Manuelson, Vikash Durasu, I think those two came in around 2008. Yeah, yeah, that's right. I think so. Vikash Durasu was actually pretty good, I thought. He did well, Vikash Durasu. I think he was earlier, though. I don't think he was 2008. I think Durasu was earlier. Urbi Manuelson was a player that I had a lot of hope for, but he did not turn out to be too bad. Vikash Durasu was just a player that played. He came in like he was a deputy to Seedorf. He was like an attacking midfielder. He was decent, actually. He was pretty decent. Galliani's favorite day is the last day. Yeah, Galliani obviously is the godfather when it comes to the calcio mercato, the last day of the calcio mercato. You would think that Maldini learned from him, Leonardo, all these people. And then, again, guys, remember that just like the Mourinho thing, when nobody would have ever thought Mourinho would join Roma, one day out of the blue, this player that we would never have imagined all of a sudden is accosted to Milan, and Gazzetta dello Sport is given the live updates minute per minute, and then he becomes a Milan player. How many times have we seen that happen? Many times. Inter are also linked with Hakan. Well, imagine if he turns out to be a different player under Inzaghi and provided 9-10 every derby against Milan. Interesting. Interesting thing about this esport. I was watching ESPN panelists kind of were opining regarding, I believe, the Euros, and there was a question that they asked some of these ex-players, like when you played against teams you previously played for, were your motivations stronger? And they all said yes. But let's say if you played for a team and then you got sold, then when you played against that team, they all wanted to play even harder and do well. So if I can, honestly, with what happened with Eriksen, as far as I know, the laws in Italy, if you have a pacemaker, you're not allowed to play in Italy. So I don't think Eriksen, as far as I know, Eriksen cannot play legally, cannot play in Italy anymore. So Hakan is on the market. He's a contract away. If I'm Inter, I'm thinking of Hakan for sure. Yeah. If this Eriksen thing goes the way some people say it can go, I think Maldini wants to change that though. He wants to get Pioli's team ready for preseason. Well, Oli, I don't know. I don't know if they can do that. That's the thing. If Milan right now was a super rich club, then they could do that. But I think because Milan is not a super duper rich club right now, at least, they can't do that. They have to wait till August when they can make these deals that kind of happen out of nowhere. Yeah, I because right now, if a player is worth, let's say, 30 million right now, in August he'll be worth 20 million. And if you were a very rich club, you would just pay the extra 10 million and secure the player. I don't think Milan right now is in the financial position to strategically do that, unless something happens. Okay, all right, let's move on. If I can't sign for Inter, he'll need police protection. Can Inter even afford a player right now? They haven't even sold off their star for 80 million. Yeah, Inter's in a lot of trouble there. That's a good point. Who remembers Vide Galliani signed Lopez? For real, he wasn't on his vacation. Lopez. I can't remember that. I don't remember that, Amir. Inter's holding out 80 million for Hakimi. Theo has similar stats. How much would Theo be worth? To me, Theo is worth 80, 100 million. The Curva themselves will bring him to Inter. Eriksen's career is over in Italy. They'll have to see for sure. Yeah, for what I read and from what I heard from people that are very knowledgeable about the laws in Italy, if you have a pacemaker, you're not allowed to play in the Serie A. So as far as we know, Eriksen is not an Inter player anymore. Looks like Hakimi is going to Chelsea, and one of Emerson and Alonso will join Inter. So Chelsea's after Hakimi as well. Okay, guys, so I want to talk about this new link that came out regarding Belotti that I heard today from a journalist, Andrea Longoni. A journalist that a lot of times gets things right. A journalist that lives there, right, in Milano. A journalist that goes to Casa Milan and has meetings with Maldini, and whenever the Milan higher-ups want to talk with journalists and want to do press conferences of this kind of stuff, Andrea Longoni is always one of those journalists there. So he spoke about a possible link with Belotti. But if this were to happen in August, it would happen in August. Because, again, in August, Belotti's price is probably going to go down even lower. The thing about Belotti is that Belotti is a Milan fan. And it is also I think just like you would have to, guys, think. I mean, guys, think with me. Think with me for a second. Think of this. We're talking about Belotti is 27, Immobile is 31. Immobile right now is the striker of Italy, not any country. The striker of Italy. Who's the next striker of Italy? It's Belotti. In 2 years, 3 years, Belotti is going to be 30. 1 year younger than Immobile right now. So we're talking about the future striker of Italy. There's no team in Italy right now that is not thinking about Belotti and going, this is a possible option. Milan's advantage is that we know for sure Belotti is a AC Milan fan. We know Mourinho is after him. That has come up, but we don't know that actually. We don't know if that's true, but we can assume that is true. We can think that Juventus is after. We can think that if Lautaro Martinez is going out, as some people are suggesting, Belotti could be coming in. But think about this: who are the teams that need a center forward in Italy? Milan. Milan is the team that needs a center forward. And for Belotti to join the team that came second in the Serie A, opportunity to play Champions League football, something he's never done. Rather go to Roma, play Conference League, Roma, like you would think that Milan is a good option for Belotti. So anyway, new links with Belotti today through this journalist. I wonder if they're true or not, but I would think that Milan would be stupid not to go for Belotti. They would definitely be stupid not to go for Belotti. Let's see. Also mentioned this R&B forums. I think we have the money and budget. It's just Maldini's playing. Well, I don't think it's just a smart thing to do. Like obviously you're not going to go there and show everybody, look at how much money I have. Look at all this, we're rich. Because obviously that's bad business. Because obviously when you want to purchase something, you don't have much room for negotiation because the people you're doing business with know that you have a lot of money and that you have a lot of money to spend. So of course, this is a strategy to say, no, they can't afford anybody. Milan is just going to do loans. Gazidis said this is going to be a very different market. Of course they're saying this stuff, guys. Of course they're saying. Why would you say the opposite? Think about it. Just think about it. If you are right now responsible for the calcio mercato in Milan, why would you go to the world and tell them, yeah, we have all the money that we want and the assets or that we need to buy all these players? Of course they're going to lowball. This is what they do, and this is another reason why like all these maybe more negative comments regarding the calcio mercato. I don't really believe them. Like I'm like so sure that Milan is going to have a good calcio mercato. Like, it's impossible for Milan not to have a good calcio mercato. It's literally impossible. No point telling anyone we have money and then happy. Yeah, exactly. You have a lot of news for more Sempre Milan articles. The reports that Roma are the favorites to sign Belotti as they have agreed the fee with Torino, but Belotti favors and still waiting for Milan might turn out and just like the Tonali deal. Yes. Yeah. And if you're Belotti, Ibra is going to just be there for 1 year maximum. As soon as Ibra is gone, Belotti would be 28, and he would be Milan's striker. At 28? Are you kidding me? Guys, are you kidding me? You think Belotti is going to be like, yeah, okay, I'll do one season where maybe I'm not the center of attention, but I'll play a lot because I'm a good player. And I know that Ibra is going to be injured. But then the next season, it's the Belotti show. At 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. Usually 32, 33, that's the cutoff, and then players start to decline or players don't decline, depending on the physique. But we're talking about potentially 5, 6, 7 years of a striker that can make a huge difference. This is easy math. This is an easy solution. Right now, the contract is about to expire. His price is low. I think he I mean, if he renews with Torino, then honestly, guys, I don't care about this player anymore. Then I'll just know that this player never was an ambitious player and never had any intention to have a legendary career. If he goes with Roma, then I'll be happy that the player now shows to be a little bit more ambitious. If he comes to Milan, for me, that's the best signing we can make. It is the best signing we can make. Belotti is the best signing we can make. So I was glad to hear this journalist that doesn't even like Belotti. He thinks Belotti is not very interesting. But it was very interesting to hear this journalist, a journalist that gets a lot of things right. He was right about Magnin. He was right about Tomori. He wasn't right about Tonali. He said that Tonali was going to be official a few days ago. That didn't happen. But he was right about Tomori, about the officiality. He said there's going to be another official signing coming up soon. So, yeah. All right. Anyone that has surprised you so far in the Euro? As far as players, you know who has surprised me the most? So as far as players, I want to say Modric. When I saw I only saw him play once against England, and guys, that player is class. That player is class. You can't stop Modric. You just can't stop him. He's smarter than you. He's more skillful than you. He's like Savi. He's Pirlo. He's those kind of players. Maybe even a little bit more because if Modric played in that Spain there, then it'd be even easier for him. But the player that has impressed me the most was Modric against England because that was silk. Watching him play was like sleeping on a pillow made out of silk. It was very impressive. As far as youngsters, the first time I saw Mbola from Switzerland, I think he's originally from Cameroon, but he's a Swiss international. He looked very interesting, but then against Italy, he was completely shut down. And so that was an example of a player that has a lot of speed and has a lot of power. But because of how Italy is so well organized, he didn't have space to do anything. And then there was an English defensive, the Philip Wright, or whatever his name is, English midfielder. He looked very good to me. That's pretty much it. As far as the Italian players, all the Italian players are players I know already, so none of them surprise me. Okay. Belotti is rated as 30 million despite his 1 year left. I'm more intrigued about the what? I saw this player the other day. Guys, what are we? Honestly, this leaves me speechless. I have nothing to say about that. It leaves me speechless. They basically announced that Milan were going to spend 150 million that summer. Yeah. You said I read that comment. What did you write? I wanted to read it, but then I kind of forgot about it. You said something about Fassone and Mirabelli just splashing out the cash, and of course they bought all these players for spent so much money that season, and it didn't amount to anything. You spend that money, you You go to the Champions League and you spend that kind of money. They could have. They didn't even need to. But all they needed to do, really, obviously, in hindsight, what they needed to do is buy a top superstar with that kind of money, rather than buy all these mediocre players. And then they sold what is now the hottest Italian midfielder, Locatelli. I think that was Gattuso and Ronaldo that sold Locatelli. All right, Calvin Phillips. Yes, that player there. He's very interesting. He looks very good. He looks like a Gattuso kind of player. Very accustomed to Pirlo. To me, he doesn't look like Pirlo. He looks like more like what Tonali could become. No wonder out of 11 signings, only Kessiamong turns out to be worthy. The Chinese made a mistake by hiring Pasobelli. All their funds and money were wasted. Yeah, that was an example of bad calciomercato. Sukar are one of the best young teams in Bundesliga under Milan as a Kalajic, and we're scoring 40 goals. Guys, I mean, well, first of all, I saw this player. Okay, technically, he's nothing special. He's tall. He's very tall. He looks like a basketball player. But second of all, if we're going to spend money, let's go for Belotti, who is going to be Italy's #1 striker. Who's Kaladze? Where is he from? Where's this guy from? Yeah, I think with that name, he's either Serbian, Macedonian, Russian, Georgian, or Ukrainian? What team was he? I can't even remember. This is a player that Milan was not looking for. This is a player that was suggested to Milan, according to the reports. Austrian. There you go. He's an Austrian. College plays for Austria. That's right. Austria, by the way, a team that looked decent in general, a team that has a lot of players that play in Germany, but they got their asses kicked. College is Austrian, and if you must know, Sven Mislintat is the same as who brought Lewandowski to Dortmund. Now he's at Stuttgart. Well, Lewandowski, you could tell from a very young age that he was a special player. Lewandowski, I mean, look, hey, sure, bring him in, and he becomes a Ballon d'Or winner, and I look like an idiot. Okay, fine, I'll give you that. But right now, you want to go with logic, you want to go with common sense, you want to go with what makes the most sense. We don't need a youngster to learn how to play for AC Milan now, to learn how to play in Italy. We need a player that is experienced, that is still young, that has a lot of years in his career. A player that has reached a certain level, a player that is familiar with Serie A, a player that is much more technical than Kaladzic, guys. Come on, this name here is not. I mean, if Milan, this is not going to happen. This is definitely. And I don't mean to be disrespectful to you, Rohit. I really don't. But again, this is a player that Milan did not necessarily look for. According to the reports, this is a player that was suggested to Milan. And this player has already kind of left. The name has already left. No, this is, to me, is a big no. I'll be honest with you. It's a big no. He doesn't impress me. I agree, bro. Yaremchuk is worth looking at. I think he's cheaper. I honestly cannot talk about this Yaremchuk guy because I just don't remember seeing him. I don't remember who he was. Not too many players have come from Bundesliga to Serie A and succeeded. Rebic is an exception, not the rule. Might turn out to be another Piatek. We can't make the same mistake anymore. Yeah. A skiller degree plus he's a starter and playing regularly for both the national team and club. Okay. Lart said something interesting the other day. There's no place for youngsters. Yeah, that is something that seems to be the case, and it seems to have been the case for forever. That this age between 20 and 23 is very difficult for youngsters. You see that age right there is the breaking point. Like that's the age that either teams go all in with a player or they let him go. Like Locatelli, great example. Now Locatelli is 23. And for me, and I think this is right, this is absolutely 100% correct. A player, once he's 23, 24, he's not old anymore. That's not old. That's the beginning of your new career. 2023 is when you're learning. But 23 onwards, 23 to 26 is like now you're showing who you are. Now you're Kessi, now you're Calabria. 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, you're winning trophies. So that 21, 23 area in Italy, very difficult. Very difficult for players to get out of that successfully in the big clubs. And that's just the way it is. It's just the way it is. What time is it where you are? It is 1:49 a.m. in the west coast of California. Milan is an exception to the youngster thingy, but that's only because Maldini and Co picked the right youngsters to come up and play. Milan is an exception to the youngster thingies right now. But yeah, you said it right, because Maldini. Exactly. Because if you look a little bit back in the past, that was not the case. And also, remember that when Galliani and Berlusconi were in charge of the greatest club in the world, AC Milan, they usually said that we want players that have already arrived, right? I don't know if maybe in the English media you guys heard that, but in the Italian media, that's what I always hear them say. We want to buy players that have already arrived, meaning players that already have a certain degree of experience. Because they knew that those are the players that win you tournaments. Now, Kaká was a youngster, but who was Kaká playing around? The team around him was a team that was at the perfect age, already experienced team. It wasn't a group of youngsters. And it's really just now, Ollie, you said it perfectly. This Milan here reminds me a lot of the first Berlusconi's Milan, the 88 Milan, where they're all fairly young players that kind of came, at that time, they came out of the cantera, out of the academy, and then all these players turned out to be super champions. I see a certain relativity to that. These are all young players that seem to have a very good future because they have been chosen very carefully. And Maldini is a player that inspires players. Sorry, he's a person that inspires players. Because when you're in front of Maldini, you're not in front of anyone. You're in front of a legend of football. You're in front of one of the players that they call is the Pele of defense, right? A lot of people in the world will tell you that Maldini is the best defender ever. I personally don't think that. I don't think that, but a lot of people do. And of course, I have ultimate respect for Maldini. In my opinion, Baresi was a better defender. But Maldini, if he's not number one, he's number two. So when you're talking about Maldini, you have a player that you see it when Milan buys these youngsters and they talk about, hey, Maldini's on the phone. Whatever you're doing, you're stopping. You're stopping what you're doing and saying, oh, shit, Maldini's on the phone. I'm going to go answer the phone and I'm going to call this man sir. And I'm going to say, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Absolutely. Yes, 100%. Yeah, all in. Yes. Right now, I'll book the flight right now. So, we're talking about a player that youngsters look up to. And we've seen it. We've seen the evidence. We've seen this happen. We've seen it with Tomori. We've seen it with Theo Hernandez. I mean, God, guys, Theo Hernandez and Tomori, guys, these are two great players. So we see it with a lot of these big players. That these players that seem to become big players. That Maldini is like our secret weapon, guys, and that's why he's on the thumbnail. That's why Maldini is on the thumbnail, because he is the keystone. He is the keystone. You take Maldini out of this team, it's not the same thing. It is not the same thing. Exactly. If we get the right players, we can. Yeah, absolutely, 100%. Damsgaard is the one to watch. He's another talented player. I'm not very familiar with him. What do you like more, Milan or Italy? That's a good question, Anmar. Fuck. I both the same. It's almost like supporting the same thing for me. Obviously, when during the season, my focus is all on Milan. But whenever Italy plays, that's my favorite team. For me, they're equal. They're exactly equal. I love them. I love both these teams religiously. Like I would say that during the day, maybe 60% of the time, I'm thinking about these teams, both Italy and Milan. Damsgaard is brilliant. Would be a good purchase. Agree, and he's planning to say making an early move to try and get him would be a better and much cheaper. Why is it that star players like often leave Milan for other clubs, join just for money, struggle elsewhere, like Aka, Real, or Shev at Chelsea? I tried hard not to offend anyone. Yes, this is something that we have seen. We have seen that superstars that were AC Milan superstars, when they have moved to other clubs, did not have the same kind of success. Why? Because guys, when we decide, with us, me, you, and all the guys buying the merchandise, when we give that AC Milan love to those players, and we make those players with what they do on the pitch, the superstars of AC Milan, they don't get that anywhere else. You don't get that at Chelsea. You don't get that at Real Madrid. I mean, unless you go there when you're maybe younger and you build it up, but or maybe if you come from other clubs. But there's a reason why Milan is such a successful club when it comes to Europe, when it comes to the big competitions. It's because when we have these players that are so special, the fans really inspire these players. The atmosphere, the universe surrounding these players is something that they don't get in other clubs. And that's why a lot of players that maybe played for Inter, played for Real Madrid, then come to Milan, then Milan becomes their home. Ibrahimovic, Ronaldo il Fenomeno, Cafu, Nesta, Inzaghi, Seedorf, Pirlo. Well, Pirlo, he went to Juve. But how many players that were playing in big teams and came to Milan and all of a sudden realized that this club is special? The other way around, no. And this is just the way things are. This is just the way things are. As a matter of fact, right now, well, I don't want to say this. I don't want to say what I was about to say because it would just be speculation, so I'm not going to say it. I think the loan plus option to buy works for Milan mainly because you see the way the players that come in react. We're a family and they all want to stay at Diaz and yeah, exactly. Look at Diaz and Dalot, Rebic, Tonali. These guys, Diaz wants to stay at Milan. Dalot wants to stay at Milan because Milan has this ability to really create this group. And the fans, guys, you saw what the fans did for the teams. You saw what the fans did. Yeah, good for you guys, man. You guys, Mr. Dark, are spending on your goalkeepers around 25 million just for your goalkeepers. You guys have a great future ahead of yourselves. So I want to know, if next year you don't win the Champions League, what is going to justify you spending 25 million for your goalkeepers? You think Donnarumma is going to score goals for you? You think that Real Madrid can't score against Donnarumma? Dark, you guys are just throwing away money. You guys are pretty much the Super League, really. You have the ability to do that right now, and but spending all that money you guys are spending on goalkeepers, if I was you, I would go to Leonardo and smack him in the face. Smack him in the face. All right, let's. Yeah, I read that. Maldini is special, but we need to give credit for Moncada and Masara. Moncada was influential behind Tomori, and Masara was behind the Chiari side. Yeah, I agree. Moncada and Masara seem to be also quite competent. I do still think that Maldini is the center. He's the tip of the pyramid in all of this. He is the focus. He's the central. He's the keystone, right? What is the keystone? The keystone is what holds the castle together. You take the keystone out, and the rest of the castle crumbles. But as long as the keystone is in there, all the parts of the castle work perfectly. So I really do think that Maldini is integral in all of it. And did you see all of a sudden Spinazzola is wanted by Real Madrid? It looked like some swap deal with Mayoral. Spinazzola. You want to? I mean, guys, Milan has made mistakes, but let's talk about Juventus. Juventus had Spinazzola on the right and Cancelo on the left. Sorry, opposite. Spinazzola on the left, Cancelo on the right. How do you get rid of that? How do you sell that? You must be crazy to get rid of that. You had the best Italian fullback and the best Portuguese fullback in your team, and you threw that away. Yeah, Spinazzola wanted by Real Madrid. Guys, you can look at the first preview I did of Italy-Turkey. And when I talk about, it's live, it's recorded here on YouTube. I told you, Spinazzola, one game, and already all the world was talking about this player. Because he's exciting, he's fast. By the way, Spinazzola, statistically, so far, the fastest player of the tournament. Did you guys know that? Right now, you know how they measure everything, the speed of each player. At least before the games today, I think this was yesterday, Spinazzola at that point, I don't know, maybe today is different, but at that point, Spinazzola was the fastest player in the tournament. Yeah, Real Madrid would be crazy not to go for Spinazzola right now. He's hot. He's a player that if you can exploit well, Spinazzola is a defender that is a striker. He's like Theo Hernandez. He's a Theo Hernandez. You're welcome, Dark. Have fun negotiating his contract. Yeah, Dark. Don't get so happy about Donnarumma. I wouldn't be so happy about Donnarumma because Donnarumma, in a club like Milan, showed absolutely no love for the shirt. Do you think he loves PSG? Do you think he's going to show you guys the warmth that you're looking for in your players? You're not going to get that from Donnarumma. Donnarumma is a Raiola player, and he thinks he plays for money. Donnarumma is a player that plays for money. He doesn't play for the shirt. Donnarumma is setting up is already thinking about his life after football. But he's an excellent player. I give you that. In my opinion, Donnarumma, in a few years, is going to be the #1 goalkeeper in the world. So, if you spend money on him, it makes sense. But if you spend the same amount of money or triple the amount of money for goalkeepers that are never going to even see the field, you guys are just digging a hole. Yeah, okay. The Curva has done a brilliant job in making players feel at home. Yes, true. And I was saying earlier that the Curva, I mean, look at what they did this season. No other team did that. No other fan base did that. At least maybe we did, but I don't know. I follow all the teams, guys. I follow all the teams, and like one thing about me is that I'm a Milanista, but I really support all the teams in Italy. I really do. Like I have no problem telling you that I support Inter. I want Inter to be a badass team. I don't like to see Inter be a shit team. I don't like to see Juventus be a shit team. I don't like to see Atalanta. Oh, I don't. I hate the fact that Roma is such a shit team. I hate it. It's embarrassing because I want Serie A to be the best, and the only way to be the best is to have the best teams. And I know that when Serie A is at its best, and Inter is a badass team, and Juventus is a badass team, and Milan is a badass team, that's when Milan has always been the most successful. When all those teams are badass teams. And I actually would say that if Milan and Inter were badass teams during this period in which Juventus was the best team in Italy, Juventus would have probably won the Champions League because their competition would have been really strong. But when Milan is playing for the sixth place, for the seventh place, when Inter is playing, making all these mistakes and not making the Champions League and making it, of course, Juventus is not going to be as competitive as Real Madrid, as Barcelona. But if you get Milan, Juve, Inter, these three teams at their maximum capacity, then Serie A is the best. But right now, we've had this conversation already. We're not there yet. What do you think about the Madrid fans saying that Ramos is the best defender of all time? I personally think it's dumb, even though he won as many trophies as Maldini. Well, to them, I see why they would say it, because I think Sergio Ramos with Madrid I know he's won 4 Champions Leagues. I don't know if I think he might have won 5 before. Might have won the earlier Champions League that he might have been part of a team, maybe as a youngster, that won the Champions League. I don't know that actually, but I know he definitely won 4 Champions League with Real Madrid. That's big. That's a lot. And he won a World Cup, and I think he won 2 Euros. You know, Maldini didn't win a World Cup and he didn't win 2 Euros. So I think that gives Sergio Ramos a little bit of an edge as far as trophies go. Maldini, definitely, I know he won 5 Champions Leagues. In my opinion, Maldini was a better defender. Yeah, for sure. Maldini was a player that had more of an, even though Ramos is a beast athletically, you can just see his physique. Maldini is even better. For an AC Milan fan, I'll always say Maldini first, of course. But realistically, objectively, we're talking about another legend, another guy that you can put in the Maldini club, right? Like that club does not only belong to one player; it belongs to a bunch of players. You can argue Sergio Ramos is in that club, but is in that club. And there must be other defenders from other teams that are in that club. Just like, you know, Pelé is in the strikers club with Maradona. Messi, maybe you can put him in that club. So yeah, I mean, obviously, I would give it to Maldini, but Ramos and Maldini played in 2 different positions. The comparison is unwarranted. Spinazzola was decent, especially when he was playing for Atalanta, now for Rome. But since he's playing Serie A, no one rates him. Had it been Premier League, he would have been 100%. He's worth 1,000,000%. 1,000,000%. I don't understand how he won very little trophies. Yes, safe. This is true. In the 2000s, especially from 2002 onwards, Milan could have gotten out of that cycle with four Champions Leagues instead of just 2. Realistically, we could have gotten out there, maybe even 5. We could have gotten out of that era with probably 4 or 5 Champions Leagues. We were the best team, no doubt. No doubt. Anybody that says differently is wrong. We were 100% the best team in that span of 4 or 5 years. All right, we're talking about Yaremchuk, and now the reports just came out. Milan going for him. The price is around 15, 16 million. Who reported the Yaremchuk news? Yeah, guys, I don't know this player, so I really can't. I can't. I mean, if you guys say he's good, I trust you guys. I said Ukraine looked good, so yeah. Shevchenko is trying to push and help Milan to sign Yaremchuk. They had talks with Maldini, it seems. Okay. What position does he play? Our League's club only knows Sarah players from international tournaments. They don't watch Sarah, so they never know what we're missing. 100%. 100%. Okay, I'm going to check who this Yaremchuk player is. 100%. Guys, by the way, we are doing a watch along tomorrow for Italy Wales. Should be an interesting game. I do really miss the Serie A, though. I really wish it was August, September right now, because I'm actually very excited about Milan next season. I'm very excited. Yaremchuk is Beer Roy, good finisher and ball carrier, has good playing skills. Okay, I like that. Those are the kind of players that Milan wants. Players that have skills, players that are finishers, players that can carry the ball, and players that can create assists. By the way, Giroud has not played one moment of this tournament so far as I know. I don't know if he played today. Correct me if I'm wrong. If I'm wrong. Okay, let me check who this Yaremchuk is. You guys got me curious here. How do you spell his name? Let's see. Yaremchuk. All right, so let's see what this player is all about. 4 months ago, 7 months ago. I'm just going to watch 1 minute. Okay, all right. I'm not going to do it here online because last time we did that, we got a strike. We got a copyright thing. I'm just going to see what it looks like. Okay. He scores with his head. All right. Is he a number 9? He seems to be scoring goals like a number 9. Yeah, this guy's definitely a number 9. The way he's scoring his goals. Is he a number 9? Am I wrong about this? Yeah, this guy's definitely a number 9. Okay, so he's a number 9. He's at least all the goals I'm seeing he's scoring is in that position, the number 9 position. Okay, yeah. There you go. More 9 than Aubameyang, it couldn't be. All right, Aubameyang, guys. That's another player that Milan should know. So, okay, guys. I'll be honest with you. When it comes to number 9s, I have made my mind up about it. Playing as a wide striker behind a false 9 running inside. So he plays wide. All the goals he's scoring is from the central position. So he scores a lot of headers. So it looks like okay, he's playing now. Nah, this is he can't be a wide. He's always in the middle. How is he a wide player? He's tall and well built, perfect and suits well for Milan. I gotta see what position this guy plays. I'm just seeing his goals, and all his goals are pretty much in front of the small yard box, right in the middle. Yaremchuk. Forward. Yeah, number 9 forward. Ukraine national team, number 9 forward. In Jet, number 7 forward. Number 7 is the number of the winger. But he's pretty much in the middle the whole time. So he's a number 9. I didn't know when Ukraine texted he was a left wing on paper. Interesting. Interesting. Let me see how he has in Ukraine versus Austria. Or who did Ukraine play against? Ukraine Euro 2020. Okay, here. Ukraine, Netherlands. Yaremchuk. Roman Yaremchuk. Lineups. Well, this is what he is in this lineup. So against Holland, I mean, it doesn't get any more 9 than that. Not only he is his number 9, his number is 9, but he's definitely playing in the number 9 position. And all his goals are a number 9 kind of goal. So, how come he was? Who did he play against that he was on the left wing? The next incident was in Ukraine, Portugal, in the qualifiers. Ukraine won 2-1. Got it. Okay. Well, he doesn't. He looks more like a number 9 to me. But if he can also play on the wing, that's good. That's good. Yeah, he looks like a strong player. Looks like a physical player. Yeah, I mean, honestly, guys, when it comes to the number 9, I've already made up. My dream signing at this point is Belotti. But if he is an option, then I mean, he doesn't look bad. He looks like a good player. He looks like a number 9 that kind of dominates the area. Because he gets himself in positions in front of the box that are pretty decent. Okay, let's see who did they play against? Against Ukraine. Where did he play? Did he play as a number 9? Oh, he scored also against. So he's got 2 goals so far, and I think he's got an assist also. So he also played. Okay, right now he's playing as a number 9, not as a winger. Who did you do? Who did you? What game did you see him again? Let me see. What was it? Ukraine versus Portugal. Ukraine versus Portugal. 2-1. Roman Yaremchuk. And where is the lineup? So here he played as a winger. Interesting. And Marlos played as the center forward, as a number 9. It's funny because 11 is 11 is a left winger and 9 is okay. So he can play in different roles, and also he scored in a game in which he played on the wing. So yeah, you're right. He can play in different roles, which is good because So I guess he could be a player that you can use in different positions in a 4-3-3 kind of context. And they beat Portugal, eh? Portugal is getting their ass kicked by quite a lot. Marlos was a false nine. And Yaremchuk played as left foot running inside from the wide areas, and he runs and shows his tactical flexibility. Gotcha. The announcer it was Ukraine Portugal. Okay, I read that. Jacobone, I don't know if he's a reliable source, but there's also talks about him before being linked with Milan, and most importantly, Shevchenko and Bolsonaro. That's true. You're right. Okay, I read that. Well, okay, guys, let's finish with some Milan, sempre Milan. Let's see what bullshit they're saying. Oh, actually, I'm sorry. I hope I know some people at Sempre Milan are watch this channel sometimes. I didn't mean that. I didn't mean that. Not towards you. I respect what you guys do. I respect what you guys do. But unfortunately, some journalists are just. All right. So Milan could sell 5 players who are not part of the plan. Swap deals. Wow. Andrea Conti. Yeah, guys, look at all these players. Oh, I I think someone asked me what I thought about this player earlier, and now this player is being linked to AC Milan. Mattia Zaccagni is a player that I said a lot of months ago that this player is like the kind of Milan player that we like. Super creative. His through balls are incredible, guys. If you ever have a time, watch his highlight reels and just look at his through balls. Like that's some special stuff. So in a team like Milan where they play technical football, a player like Mattia Zaccagni would be very welcome. Verona are also fans of Mattia Caldara, another player who's set to depart. A meeting with Andrea Conti agents is expected at the beginning of next week as the right back is admired by Genoa, but could be included in negotiation with Hellas Verona for playmaker Mattia Zaccagni. Yes, give away Conti and Caldara for Mattia Zaccagni. Beautiful deal. Then there's Peter Hage, who are ready to evaluate offers from 12 million upwards, which is good because it means that you'll be making money. But guys, Peter Hage could become a superstar, and it could be a Locatelli, could be an Aubameyang, could be an Andre Silva kind of situation. By the way, Andre Silva did not play against Germany. Otherwise, only loan proposals will be considered. Okay. Milan are the 3rd biggest spenders in Europe so far as Elliot's strategy bears fruit. Guys, by the way, our Presidente Kessi got married. Congratulations to him. Let's see what this says. Now, this is the most important thing that we need to do this summer and do it fast, is renew this guy's contract. Well, Zaccagni is not an attacking midfielder. Zaccagni is a winger. Joca Benito. Zaccagni plays where Zaccagni does not play in the center of the midfield. He plays on the wings. He's a pure winger. He's a pure winger. Okay. Yaran's biggest news of Zaccagni, Roy the legend. Zaccagni caused us problems when we played Hellas Verona. Now, I do agree that Zaccagni obviously is not the name that everybody wants to hear, but Zaccagni, guys, is not an attacking midfielder. He's a winger. Here's a thought: maybe Zaccagni is a backup for. Yeah, that's like if Zaccagni comes, we don't need Leao. We don't need Leao, and or Hagwe. We don't need Hagwe. One of these two. While we sell out, yeah. Zaccagni to replace Hakan, that doesn't sound like a good idea. We need a reliable, much better upgrade. Yeah, no, Zaccagni would definitely not be the replacement for Çalhanoğlu. Zaccagni would just be a winger that we could have there at our disposal. He's definitely not the player that is going to replace Çalhanoğlu. Definitely not. AC Milan are work to try and secure the renewal of Francesi before the start of the season, according to a report. According to La Gazzetta dello Sport. Gazzetta dello Sport had some interesting articles today about AC Milan. Milan hopes to celebrate the extension of Kessi's contract as soon as possible, and the management don't want to take any risk because another Donnarumma. Okay, guys, like, weren't we saying this 2 months ago? We were saying this 2 months ago. I said that the most important thing Milan needs to do is sign Kessie. Anyway, Milan wants to reward the Ivorian for his performance over the last season. He currently earns 2.2 million net per season, while the new offer is 4 million net for the next season. The demand from the former Atalanta star and his agent is 6 million, but an agreement can be reached by working on bonuses. Yes, guys, yeah, this is good. Let's cross our fingers and let's. This is good. This is our top player right here, guys. And he just got married. Congratulations to him. But this, guys, right here is the top player. All right. Let's see what else Sempre Milan has for us. Look at this. Just came out. Maldini ready to pounce if 40 million forward pushes to leave Chelsea. Now, this guy, from what I'm seeing, is more like a replacement for Çalhanoğlu, because apparently this guy plays as an attacking midfield, right? So I think he is more of a replacement for Çalhanoğlu. AC Milan could try and pounce on the opportunity to land Hakim Ziyech from Chelsea in a loan deal, according to a report. Chelsea paid a big fee for Ziyech, 40 million according to most sources, and there was a lot of excitement surrounding the arrival for the forward from Ajax, but he amassed just 4 goals in 33 appearances across the Premier League and Champions League. This morning's edition of Corriere dello Sport, writes that after the European Championship, many teams will have to sell redundant players, especially if they're looking to fund any big additions, as Chelsea are. If Chelsea wants to buy Hakimi, they probably need to sell. Milan could seize some opportunities, such as Ziyech of Chelsea. Relations between the two clubs are good, and the attacking midfielder is very much admired by the RossonARI management. And while the cost of the operation are high, there could be an opening at the end of August. Moreover, if the Moroccan were to push to leave, Maldini Masada would be ready to try and secure him on loan. Hey, thank you, Rohit, for your participation. Join us again. Thank you, sir. Please, if you're not, subscribe and like the video. Thank you, my man. Okay, what else do we have? Jacobone. This is what you were talking about right here. 15 million. AC Milan Thursday. Yeah, we read that. Okay. Gazzetta dello Sport had some really interesting articles. I'm going to go to the Gazzetta dello Sport articles. They had some really good articles. Maybe it's. I gotta say, guys, the Italian media is not the same as the English media. Like for example, check this out. Now, I don't know how many of you speak Italian, but I'm going to show you something. Like, if I'm here looking at the top stories and the latest news, and this is all in English, and if there's these kind of deals, we're talking about this kind of stuff. But then if I go to the Italian version, which is here. To this? No. Wait. How do I go to Italian version? Oh, okay. Calcio. Okay. And I go to Milan. It's completely different stories. It's like another universe. Okay, like here it says Milan davanti al Napoli per Zaccagni. So that says that Milan is going in for Zaccagni. Like that's the top story. Okay, we spoke about Maldini, Kessi. What else? Let's see. So the Giroud here. Yeah, it's just different stories. And here's the Belotti link. Felipe Inzaghi. Okay, no, that's not the Belotti link that I saw. But if we go to top short latest news, let's see. I saw some very interesting news here from the Italian side of the world. What was it? Okay, so Milan is in a hurry to close for Giroud. What did I see? L'affare della. Okay, so the law depends on the player. Yeah, it just seems different. It just seems like kind of it doesn't seem the same. It doesn't seem consistent. Milan needs to renew Casillas in Christian salary now that he's not single anymore. You need more cash. Hey, Carlo Moretti, buongiorno. Come stai, signore? Zeech works as a cam. His passing was really good when I watched him with Ajax and CL 2 years back. Not sure about his physique though. Yeah, but Zeech seems like the replacement for what's his name, for Çalhanoğlu. Honestly, there's an. Oh, what? Okay, so I guess this is what Joga Benito was saying. So this article here says Zaccagni in for Çalhanoğlu, but that can't be true. Zaccagni does not play at all that position, at all. Not even close. Bakayoko. So what is this? Bakayoko sent a text message to Maldini. Okay, so this says that Milan has put an offer on the table for Dzeko. Okay, this is the article. Okay, so earlier I said that there was a link. Milan, there's a link with Belotti, and you see the English media is not talking about this for some reason. Like I haven't seen it on the English media, and I haven't seen the Dzeko thing in the English media either. I know the Bakayoko thing was in the English media, but the Belotti thing has not been. At least I haven't seen it in the English media yet. Let's see what it says. So it says Torino have already declined an offer of 18 million. They're asking for 30 right now. So right now Torino is going to ask for 30. But Tuttosport says that with 20 million cash plus bonus and maybe an exchange player, Caro would sell the guy. And Milan is right there. This seems to be something that the media is coming up though. This doesn't. This could be a media invention. English media pick the articles that they translate dependent on sources, I think. I mean, but this, to me, honestly, this just makes sense. It just makes sense, guys. We're talking about the next Italian striker. We're talking about the next guy that is going to be the Italian striker for the big competitions, okay? Because Immobile in 3 years, this guy will be 1 year younger than Immobile is now. Who do you think is going to be the next striker for Italy in 3 years? It's him. This is the guy. Right now, he's worth peanuts. Milan have 150. Milan have 150 million. So that's what the numbers are. So more or less, right? For the mercato. You tell me you can't spend 20 million and give them Hagwe? Let's give him Hagwe and 20 million. Thank you, Belotti. Hagwe will do it perfect for Torino. Perfect platform for him to shine and maybe become a big player because he's going to play every game. They get 20 million, in which they can spend to get another player. And we get Italy's next striker. How is this a bad deal? This is definitely not a bad deal. Okay, so as far as the Bakayoko thing, it says let me see. It says what do you guys think? Would you guys like Bakayoko to come back? Do you think Tomori has the potential to be the best center back in the world? That's a tough question to answer, Safe. Honestly, I don't know. I don't know. Because there are certain things about Tomori that I saw that kind of concerned me a little bit. When it came to his positioning in certain moments of the game. But at the same time, against Juventus, the guy was a beast. Against a team like that, he really showed that he has the potential to become a top player. But he has to show that all the time. You know, he has to show that over and over again. And not only that, but he has to show it in Europe too. I think he has the potential to become one of the best, to be the best. We'll see. We'll see next year. We'll see next year if he has the potential to become one of the best. Bakayoko and Tonali would be an amazing backup for the midfielders. Okay, so according to Duty Sport, the Giroud should be happening really soon. According to Tutti Sport, this is the Italian media. So Dzeko, this Milan News 24 says that Dzeko is pretty much Milan have made an offer for Dzeko. Dzeko would be a good replacement for. I mean, Dzeko is a big striker. So let's see what this says. Milan, they're looking at the Bosnian player as a low-cost kind of player. Okay, so according to this report, Milan have offered 6 million for Dzeko. Okay, so according to this report, guys, Milan have offered 6 million for Dzeko to Roma, and according to a Turkish journalist called Ekrem Konur, how would he know? Who is this guy? Interesting. Yeah. Should we get a Dzeko? Do you guys think Dzeko is the right player for us? If we can get Bakayoko on the cheap, I think he could fit our system. I'm just surprised he's only 27. 27 is a really good age. and he's a physical player. Is he a player that accepts the bench, though? Because he wouldn't be a starter. I think we should put all our efforts into a right wing as well. Salamakers is the only right wing in the whole team. Yeah, I definitely believe that Milan is going to go for a right wing. No doubt. Absolutely no doubt. I don't believe the Zeko link. If we're willing to pay 6 million, Giroud would already be here. Yeah, that's a good point. It's a strange, also like a Turkish journal. It said according to a Turkish journalist. I wonder what the link is there. Oh, guys, look at this. Have you seen this one here? Perisic. Perisic to Milan. The strategy to take him from Inter. Milankovic. Milan is linked with Milankovic. So it seems like the Italian media just has a few more names that the English media doesn't have. Oh, look at this. So we were talking about Firpo. So according to Calciomercato Milan News, the vice Theo Hernandez, so the deputy to Theo Hernandez, comes from the Bundesliga. And who is the player that they're linking to Milan? Let's see. Let's see who they're linking to Milan. David Raum. Do you guys know this player? Offensive fullback, 1998, Nuremberg. So there you go. Another name linked to AC Milan. Dzeko is really underrated, but we can't get him and Giroud. Yeah, if we get Giroud, we stick with Giroud. Dzeko and Krunic, what a link up Bosnian ballers. Krunic, guys. Krunic is the key. Krunic and Maldini, guys. They are the soul of AC Milan. No Krunic, no party. Can you believe it? Nobody has made any offers for Krunic. Krunic is not in the news. Nobody talks about this guy. Poor dude. For reals. All right, let's see if they link any other players to AC Milan. Dalla Francia e Milan vicinissimo. Okay, so Baba. Okay, so according to this title, Camara is very close to AC Milan. Okay, and here calciomercato.com again links this other German defender to Milan. This one here again says Milan really close to Camara. Interesting. I read that. Perisic of Milan. Okay, Marchetti. Let's see what Marchetti says. Marchetti is going to give us an idea of who Milan is going to buy. The only team who would go after Krunic is Empoli. Now that they're back inside, yeah. I think media just throw out links that they want to see. Pro Milan papers will link us with good players. Anti-Milan papers will link us with poor players. Well, in conclusion, how much money do we have left, and how much is the most are we paying for a player? These newspapers are killing me. Well, I mean, I think there's about, according to what we know, in theory, there should be 100 million left for the mercato. Right? Because wasn't the number they were saying 150 million? 50 million is gone already for Tomori and what's his name? Mike Magnin. Then I guess Tonali is what, 25 million, or I don't know how much they paid already, but that's a little bit going for him. And then that's it. And then it's off to the races as far as I know, right? Am I missing someone? What am I missing? No, there's no more renewals. Um, Brahim Diaz would be loan. Dalot would be a loan. All right, so what was here? An interesting. Okay, here, let's read this. Let's see what this one says. Let's read this one. This should be interesting. Luca Marchetti, a name that is quite popular in the world of Italian journalism, says Milan on budget. Okay, Milan has a budget on the market, and it has to divide it with what is necessary, which is the striker, maybe the attacking midfielder if Çalhanoğlu leaves, Tomori, Tonali, and yes, those were the players that we're talking about, right? That they have already spent on, plus the Mike Magnin. So he says that Tonali is pretty much coming down to details, and it looks like it's going to happen pretty soon, but not quite there yet. That's it? What? Jesus. So that headline for that, that's all the article was. It didn't very similar. Oh man, how do we do it? How do you do it? I just want this to be over. Inzaghi says he sees himself a lot in Belotti. Interesting. Very interesting. Let's see if I can find any interesting players. No, that's pretty much it. So these are our players linked with AC Milan. So the Ukrainian player, Belotti, Zakani, Firpo, this German defender, Kamara, Giroud, Papagonis, Ilicic. Did I say Zech? We had Berardi that was linked with Milan a few times already. Once in the beginning of the Mercato, and then again, Gazzetta dello Sport linked Berardi to Milan. Gazzetta dello Sport had a very interesting article about earlier that I saw, and it was really interesting. The title was really interesting. Around 80 million left, 20 for Belotti, 25 for Icone, along with option to buy for Dalot, Diaz, and Bakayoko, and the rest can go for a trequartista. I'd be happy with that. That 35 million can go to Zech. I mean, if Milan can get Zech, Belotti, and Icone in August, like that's a big transfer market, right? Big transfer market. Bakayoko, Dalot. You have to think that Milan is going to get at least 6 players, at least. I mean, including the renewal, including Brahim Diaz and the other players that have the loan things going on. You have to imagine Milan is going to get at least 6, 5 minimum. But yeah, 2 strikers, right? They said they want 2 strikers, or maybe 1 big striker, a winger. They need to get a midfielder, so that's 3, right? This is what we know Milan needs. We know they need a right winger. We know they need a striker. They need a midfielder because Tonali, Benacer, and Kessie are 3, but we need 1 more. We have Conti, we have Hague, Leao, maybe. That can bring us money. Diego Laxalt brought us a little bit of money. Maybe even Kalulu could be used as an exchange player, and maybe in a, you know who. There are a bunch of players that's. So yeah, you would have to think that including the loans, Milan is going to at least get 6 or 7 players, including the loans. I mean, they have to. They have to. The goalkeeper was a necessary thing to do because of Donnarumma, so that doesn't really count. But Tomori is 1. Brahim Diaz is 2. Dalot maybe is 3. Tonali is 4. Then the right winger is 5. The striker is 6. The midfielder is 7. Another striker, that's 8. Maybe if Çalhanoğlu leaves, then an attacking midfielder, that's 9. So Milan is potentially going to get 9 players this transfer market. The sale of Leao alone can get 30 million. Gattuso news was a surprise. It shows he's not yes man type. I'm surprised Comiso, after all the big talk, but looks like they're not after a big project. They just want to earn profit. Yeah, guys, Gattuso is not a yes man, and that is definitely why he did not work with Maldini. Maldini needs yes men. And that's okay. Hey, that's fine. But Gattuso seems to be someone that, you know, we know Gattuso, guys. We've seen Gattuso and who he is as a person. He's a warrior. He doesn't take no for an answer. He knows what he wants, and he knows that if you have a certain objective and you don't give him the necessary tools to reach that objective, he knows that it's a failing operation, and he'll tell you straight in your face. He's not going to waste any time trying to not hurt your feelings about it. So we know what kind of person Gattuso is. This another crazy story to add to Gattuso's crazy career, his personality. Okay. I think that's it as far as Milan news right now. Okay, Raspadori, years linked to Milan. Çalhanoğlu, talking about Çalhanoğlu. That's about it. So, guys, we have Switzerland, Turkey happening in. So guys, check it out. So tomorrow, man, there's a lot of games tomorrow. What? No, that's not possible. Tomorrow we have Switzerland, Turkey at 9 o'clock here in LA. Italy, Wales at 9 o'clock. Macedonia. Okay, so no, tomorrow we only have 2 games. Tomorrow only 2 games. Okay. All right, guys. Milan. So let's hope this Belotti link comes to fruition. That'll be nice. I would definitely want that. Let's play this for good luck. and I think that I got a few more minutes left in me. Tomorrow, yes, for sure. I'll definitely do a watch along tomorrow. Um, it's not gonna be the kind of game that we saw against Turkey or against Switzerland. This one is gonna be a little bit more balanced. But yeah, for sure, I'm doing the watch along. All right, guys. Well, I think that's all that we. I mean, we've spoken about everything that we need to speak about for AC Milan. I mean, I don't think we've left anything out. One thing interesting that I just thought about is that I didn't see Icardi's name anywhere. You know, Icardi was being linked with AC Milan. I didn't see his name anywhere. Let's actually do one more thing. We're going to go straight to La Gazzetta dello Sport. You guys ever use Gazzetta dello Sport for Milan news? Okay, we're talking about that. Okay. The Gossens right now, super play, super game. Stedia looking good. But let's go to the, here it is. Wow, look at this. So look at what Gazzetta dello Sport puts here in their live update. Oh, wow, guys, look at that. Guys, this is quite interesting. Look at what these freaking pop-ups. Bullshit. Where is it? So basically here it says that Napoli is and Insigne are quite far apart as far as renewals go. Hey, what's up, Lucas? How you doing, my friend? 2:55 p.m. in Los Angeles, California. Lucas, what happened to Portugal today, man? What's going on with your team? So Napoli and Insigne are quite far apart. That's good. Hey, let's get Insigne. Guys, you guys honestly think that Milan is not thinking about Insigne? Of course they are. Of course they are. But look at this right there. Gazzetta dello Sport, maybe the most read newspaper in Italy. Right there. Big picture of Zaccagni, il Milan. Contattato Zaccagni. Let's see what it says. I don't think Insigne will leave to an Italian team. His legs in Napoli is too big. No, Gianbenito, the thing about Insigne is a Neapolitan. He's like Immobile. These players are incapable of living in different countries unless he goes to the US or something like that. Maybe PSG, but PSG has Neymar. But Insigne in England? No way. No way. In Spain, he, I mean, who would he go for in Spain? Real Madrid? Like, he wouldn't go for like a. If Insigne were to leave Italy, it wouldn't be for anything less than Barcelona or Real Madrid in Spain. Definitely not an Atletico Madrid kind of player. In England, he wouldn't adapt. In England, he wouldn't even be on the bench. He would be like in the reserves. Because trust me, Jacopini, these Italian players are incapable of living outside of Italy. They need their friends, they need their families, they need their traditions. Like this is one of the problems about Italian players is that they're very. What's the right word? It's I can't think of the right word right now in English. But these are players that are just can't adapt outside, especially Neapolitans. Verratti, now, for example, is someone that adapted in France. But France is a country that is, I can see how he can adapt there. At PSG, maybe it's easier. I don't see him going to Barcelona because Barcelona has that. Yeah, these players unadaptable, but it's that's not really the word I'm looking for. It's more of they're really tied to the soil of their country. Yeah, it's like they need to speak their dialect with their friends. They need to listen to Italian music. They need to eat Italian food. They need to be in Italy. It's just, and it's a problem. It's a problem because I mean maybe it's not a problem, but it's one of the reasons why Italian players just don't really have much success abroad is because they're very maybe conservative, close-minded. Yeah, I could see him go to Real Madrid for Hazard and Vinicius, maybe that position. Yeah, I could see, but I think that if he leaves Napoli, it would be for either Milan, Juventus, or Inter. Maybe one of those three teams, in my opinion. Roy, are you drunk? No, I don't. I think the last time I drank alcohol was has to be more than a year ago. I don't drink. I don't drink. When was the last time I drank alcohol? Shit, I can't even remember. It's the same like the English players. They're having a hard time to adapt to other countries. Yeah, yeah, English players too. English players too. Um, Tomori is kind of an exception, really. Even Ashley Young. You don't see many English players go to Spain and adapt well in Spain. So far, the two English players that came to Italy adapted well, you can argue. Tomori and Ashley Young. Sancho, right there in Germany. But yeah, no English players staying. It's the same thing. English players like to stay in England where they talk their shit with their friends in English, where they eat what they eat there. They go to the clubs where they like to go there. They feel at home. But Italian players even more, guys. Trust me. Italian players even more. Even more. Okay, so you see, Tomori is a Canadian who moved to England. So like for example, Americans and Canadians, he goes to England. So this is like more of an international kind of person. So what? Yeah, like it's the difference between like being an international person and being just like a fuck. I can't find the word. I'll find it one day. If Insigne comes to me and we're ready to sit on the bench, yeah, yeah, for sure. Insigne is Italy's best player. I mean, if Insigne comes to Milan, Milan changes completely. Milan changes completely. Milan becomes extremely technical if Insigne. I wonder if Insigne would adapt well in Chelsea. Jorginho's not pretty time where Verratti didn't experience Serie A, so it's different for them. Verratti, actually, I was kind of surprised with how Verratti adapted in France. But again, PSG, I see why you would adapt in PSG. Like, and I honestly see Insigne maybe could adapt. Also because France is so close to Italy. It's like, what, 2 hours away, like, if you want to go back to Italy. And I think there's the French and the Italians. I think Italian players wouldn't find it. I think Italian players would struggle in Spain because Spain is like you got to be super technical. I mean, Insigne would do great in Real Madrid. Actually, Insigne would do great. I don't see Insigne do well in England. I think in England he would literally become a reserve. I don't see him do well in Germany at all. Insigne is the kind of player that will never learn English. Like I bet in all his life, he will never learn English. And if you try to get him to talk to English, like, he wouldn't be able to do it. Yeah, Jorginho, Brazilian. All right, so here, look at this. This is live updates. Di Marco, very good player, Di Marco. He stays with Inter. There you go, guys. So Milan, Inter already have their next Hakimi, I guess. The Sarno, okay, the 23. Okay, yeah. Arsenal on. Okay, here it is. So Lorenzo Insigne is 30 years old. Wow, I thought he was a little bit younger. I guess he's 30. Wow, guys, it looks like it doesn't look good according to this report. Guys, look at this. I've heard that they want to pay this player Sancho 12 million. Yo, that is crazy, guys. That is crazy. That is absolute. How can you pay a player 12 million? Like, just because you pay a player 12 million doesn't mean he's better than Zaccagni, for example. Right? Like, look at the players that play for England. Some of these players are getting 10 million, crazy amounts. Look at who's in the headline. It's not these players. It's look at them. It's Spinazzola. It's Yarmachuk or whatever that guy's name is. You know, it's not the players that are in England that are getting paid 12 million, 15 million to be like a rotational midfielder. Here's 10 million contract, and you get to play only half the season. Guys, the Super League already exists. It already exists, and I can see why. Anyway, let's not get into that. Milan contatti con Zaccagni. So look, Gazzetta dello Sport links Zaccagni to Milan. But look here, Joga Benito. Like, you said earlier that they're saying Zaccagni could be the replacement for Çalhanoğlu. I don't know. Like, that would be bad. Like, I agree with you. That would be a downgrade. Zaccagni is not an attacking midfielder. And who wrote this article? I mean, am I crazy? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong about this. Hold on. I'm pretty sure he's not an attacking midfielder. I'm positive. Like, I've never seen this guy play in that position. Attacking midfield. What? Am I crazy? What? Yeah. What the hell? Am I going crazy? Have I like, how is he? Have you guys ever seen Zaccagni play this position, or I'm just completely off? Huh? I've never seen Zaccagni play this position. Defensive midfield, Zaccagni. What the fuck are you guys talking about? This can't be right. This can't be right. Hold on. It cannot be right. Hellas Verona, Milan. Where did he play? Yeah, he played here. He played in this area, and he's always coming to the side and doing plays on the side. I never see him play in the middle. Like he's always like every single time I saw him play, he's playing on the side. Okay. So he's playing defensive midfielder, Zaccagni. What are you talking about? These guys are crazy guys. Like I swear, like the people that write this shit, they just sometimes they it's like a FIFA or these video games. They put these positions on players that are just not true. Nah, he's not when he plays. This is not true. This is a journalist. What? Let me see other games against Lazio. Like, I've never seen Zaccagni go in the middle because Lasagna is the number 9. Zaccagni is always going to the side and playing on the side. All his best plays come from the side. Like if you get Zaccagni, only players worth more than 10 million in this world are Cristiano Ronaldo and Messi. Yeah, and they make a lot of money, guys. They make a lot of money. Like Zaccagni is not the kind of player that you want that is going to defend, right? Let me see what other teams are good for. Actually, I want to see what Wikipedia says about him. All right, so current team Verona. He is 26 years old. He played for Venezia, number 20. Okay, so 36 appearances, 5 goals in the league, 1 in the cup. Those numbers are not great. It doesn't say anything else. Okay. Yeah. Wikipedia doesn't have much about him either. I mean, I've watched this player play, and I have never seen him play in the middle. I mean, maybe he used to play in the middle, but with Hellas Verona, he's literally on the sideline. He's literally playing where Rebic usually plays. So, I follow this player a lot. So I don't know how it's going on here. Have you guys ever heard of the Mandela effect? Maybe this is what it is, the Mandela effect. But yeah, if we're getting Zaccagni, I mean, as a winger, I'm all in. As an attacking midfielder, maybe he is, but I'm just completely wrong. But he's a monster, guys. If you see his plays, like they're magic. We're talking about magic with his feet. This guy is a player that you put him in the context of a technical team that plays technically possession football. Like this guy can create some moments of magic. All right, so let's see. we were watching the highlights, the updates. Guys, I can't wait for the season to start because I can't wait to see Milan in the Champions League again. It's really, I can't wait. It's been such a long time, guys. It's been such a long time. So official Depay is gone. Sampdoria is getting Gianpaolo. Okay, Ramsey. Bologna. Uh, Kolarov going to Bologna. Hmm. With Ibra possibly coming back at the start of the season in Jura, I don't think it would if we get Belotti. Well, I don't know what the situation is going to be with Ibra because I mean think about it, Jacques Benito. Like Ibra has been getting injured over and over again this season, and why would that stop? You know, why would he have a full season without getting injured? You would think that you would think that that shit is just going to keep on going. It's just going to continue. He's going to keep on getting injured. So you have to like really use them strategically. And I'm thinking, this is my thought, right? This is my thought. Okay, Belotti is being linked with Milan, he's being linked with Roma, he's being linked with some teams. This is what I think they're doing. Belotti is probably going to wait before making up his mind. Obviously, after the Euros is done, he's probably going to go on holiday, and then during the holiday, no, but Belotti would not be a third striker. Belotti would not be a third striker. He'd be a second striker. Giroud would not be in front of Belotti. Because remember, Jacques, we're talking about Italy's next starter. Because right now, Belotti is 27, Immobile is 31. In 3 years or 2 years, Immobile starts to go to he's going to go down. Like Belotti is going to be the guy. In 3 years, Belotti is going to be younger than Immobile right now. So you can just imagine. Obviously, we can all see that Belotti is the next guy in the hierarchy of Italian strikers. And what I'm thinking is like, and what I think he would think is like, okay, the way he accepts to be on the bench in Italy, he would have no problem going to Milan and doing one season where he's not the center of folk, where he's not the starter. But we know Ibra is going to get injured. If you think Ibra is not going to get injured anymore, I don't know. Maybe you believe in miracles, okay? But Ibra is going to get injured because he's been getting injured ever since Manchester United. He keeps on getting injured. At 40, he's not going to stop getting injured. So Ibra has only 1 more year left if he plays next season. After he plays next season, the next guy in line would be Belotti. And then you have Belotti at 28 years old. The striker for AC Milan, that's 5-6 years. That's 28. Where is it? 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33. That's 6 years. You can have this player for 6 years at the peak of his footballing career, physically, and not only he is playing for AC Milan, but he is Italy's striker, Italy's #1 striker. How can you not go for Belotti right now? You cannot go for Belotti right now. You cannot not go for Belotti right now. You just can't do it. If Belotti doesn't work much for Italy, do you think his price will come down? Yeah. I mean, I think his price will come down in August. I think so. I expect Ibra to play around 20 games this season, 6 in Sri Lanka is lucky. Hopefully. He only played 19 last season. Ibra will get injured. Giroud will replace him. Belotti will be on the bench again. World Cup is next year. Belotti won't play. Mancini won't call him up. Same goes for Giroud. I honestly don't think that Giroud would take Belotti's spot. I don't think that. Giroud is 35, guys. Belotti is 27. Belotti is a young buck. He's a bull, you know. He's a bull, and technically Belotti is really good. He's really good. Unfortunately, he plays for this shit team called Torino, and we're not seeing a lot of people. Sometimes I read comments that come here, you know, that tell me no, Belotti wouldn't be able to perform in Milan. It's like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Like, as long as the champ is in charge, Giroud will still get a call up for the national team, so you won't bother. Plus, he's been at Chelsea, sitting on the bench. Yeah, guys, Giroud is not taking Belotti's spot. No way. No way in hell. Again, we're talking about Italy's next striker. Who's in line after Immobile? Who's the next guy in line? I mean, okay, if you would have to imagine that Belotti wants to go to a bigger club because now is the time. If he signs another contract with Torino, then this guy is the biggest idiot in the world. And I want to say something, actually, another thing about Belotti. Because I saw his press conference for Italy, because he was in the press conference with Mancini. And I heard his answers, the way he talks, the things he said. Everything he said was perfect. So this guy's a smart guy. He's intelligent. And you can just see it. You just look at his physique. Like, physically, he's a beast. He's a beast. Like, muscles ripping out of his shirt. The guy is a bull. 27 years old. You get this player right now, a player that many people in Italy think he's nothing, right? Remember all these people that fought Italy? Oh, Italy. What is Italy? Italy's a shit team. Italy's a dark horse. It's the same thing with Belotti. All of a sudden, you put Belotti on the world stage in a team like AC Milan. All of a sudden, you guys want to break the curse of the number 9. Belotti is your guy. Belotti is your guy. And to be honest with you guys, I don't want to sound as if I'm going for Italian players because I'm being biased towards Italian players. No, if this was another Milan, maybe the Milan in 2 years or something, if it becomes really successful, you know, obviously I would go for Mbappe. You know, I would go for Neymar. I'd go for the next Ronaldo. I'd go for the next Messi. But right now, the next Messi and the next Ronaldo, unless something like Kaká happens, like it happened last time, that a player that from Brazil comes and he's the best player in the world. But again, Kaká was the best player in Milan. You saw what happened when you put him at Real Madrid. He was just like everybody else. In Milan, he dominated everybody. No, guys, forget about it. Right now, if you don't sign Belotti right now, you're making a big mistake. You're making a mistake. Like, gambling on players that come from different leagues that are not established players is a huge, huge risk. It won't work. It just will not work. Right now, we have to go for what is sure. We know Belotti can perform in Italy because he can. We've seen it. He's a captain of Torino, so he knows how to. He has the experience of carrying a team over his shoulders. He's a homegrown talent, so Serie A is his backyard. Like right now, you have to go on logic. You can't gamble. Milan cannot gamble. We can't afford to gamble right now. We have to go on what we know is going to work. And I've never seen a more clear opportunity to get a striker that can break this number 9 curse once and for all. Belotti won't sign for 2. I hope he doesn't. If he does, man, the guy's like I heard him today. He sounds like a very intelligent guy. He sounds like a very intelligent guy. He knows Kara won't provide him with the players he needs to succeed. Yes, yeah, Ollie, and we all know that. We all know that, and that's why I'm saying, like, if he signs again, then this guy has no hope. Then this guy is like is an idiot. Okay, I'm just gonna say it. He's an idiot if he does. And all respect to Torino, all respect. I don't want us to go for Haaland. Have seen Mbappe against Hungary against compact defense. He's not as good as people making it to be. Yeah, I mean Haaland, guys. Haaland. I mean, look at what a talent Haaland is. I mean, obviously, if you ask me, would you go for Haaland or Belotti? I mean, Haaland to me seems like he's on his way to becoming a goal machine in any kind of context, right? The thing about Haaland is like the guy is so young and he's already shown us that he can score consistently in Europe. That's what you want. Those are the players that win the Ballon d'Ors, the players that can play in Europe against the big teams and score. Haaland, at his young age, showed us that he's that player. And to be honest, his buyout clause is not even that high. The problem is he's a Raiola player. Raiola is a piece of shit, but the guy knows about talent. Raiola knows about talent. Whatever Raiola might be the most ugliest soul in the world of football, but he's got an eye for talent because Raiola got Donnarumma when he was a kid. Raiola got Pogba when he was a kid. Raiola got Haaland when he was a kid. How many other players has Raiola gotten when they're kids and now they're top superstars? Raiola, he knows his football. He knows his football. He's very intelligent when it comes to understanding football. You got to give that to him because the guy obviously has an eye. He's got an eye, but unfortunately, he doesn't have a soul. His soul is made out of green paper. Ibra, another example. Yeah, I would like to see Milan get Belotti and Yaremchuk rather than Giroud. At least Yaremchuk is versatile; he can also play on the left. Yeah, absolutely. I'd be down for that. Honestly, the Giroud thing does not excite me at all. Like, do we really want Giroud? I mean, okay, he scored some great goals with Arsenal. He scored these amazing volleys and scorpion kick goals, and he's a player that in France does well. He's a one-touch player, target man player, but I'm not so convinced about Giroud, to be honest with you. Obviously, if he comes at Milan, I'm sure that the Milan universe will make him perform if he is healthy. If you're fit and you're healthy, like the energy that the Milan universe gives you will make you perform. Yeah, Raiola got Ibra. Raiola has a bunch of players that he got them when they were teenagers, right? It wasn't this other agent of these other agents. It was always Raiola. Giroud has always been a super sub. Who's going to be main then? Well, we'll see. And also, guys, I mean, like if you think about it, a 40-year-old and a 35-year-old to be the guys that are going to lead you, the goals are going to be coming by these players. And again, we know how Milan is and how the Serie A is. Like the Serie A, especially in Milan, for some reason, people get injured and just drop like flies. So obviously, the older you are, the easier it is for you to get injured. In case he brings it, well, again, it's gonna for me, it would be Belotti. That's for me. But I don't know. I don't know who at the end. I don't know who Milan's gonna go for. I don't know. But I'm pretty sure they're gonna go for someone good. Whoever it is, I'm 100% sure that they're gonna go for someone good. And whether or not that player is going to be able to adapt to Milan and be able to do what us supporters want him to do, what Maldini wants him to do, I don't know. Maybe because we've seen Piante, like for some reason he looked to be like a very promising striker. He comes at Milan and then all of a sudden he dies off on the edge of the universe and he gets lost. Andre Silva was supposed to be this top striker, and we didn't wait for him. Um, we bought a lot of strikers that were supposed to be huge for us, but didn't really become huge for us. That's why I'm saying. That's exactly why I'm saying. Like for now, let's just go for what we know is definitely going to work, and I think they know that. I think they know that. I think they know that. And then in next year, when we're established ourselves as a Champions League team, then at that point, let's get you know the superstars, the champs. Well, it's got to be gradual. It's got to be one step at a time. Belotti is not up here. Belotti is not up here. Belotti is here. Right now, let's go for this guy. Then let's go for that guy. Might as well bring Pato back. Where is Pato right? I think he's in. What? No, I don't know where he is. If Belotti deal is true, then we'll have 3 target players. Ibra, Belotti next season, right? Yeah, if it's true. Well, we do know if the reports are true that Milan wants 3 strikers. We want Ibra, apparently Giroud, and then another guy. But the other guy is supposed to be a youngster, not Belotti. So, in truthfully, if we really want to analyze what the reports have been saying these past 3 weeks, Belotti is not in the picture. As a matter of fact, a few weeks ago, I was saying I was very depressed actually because I was looking at all the strikers that were linked with AC Milan. They were all exactly the same, big, tall strikers that play as like these kind of like these Ibra, Giroud kind of players, and then Vlahovic and these other few players. They all look the same. So I was thinking, well, then Belotti is definitely not in the picture. But then the reports were saying Ibra, Giroud, and the youngster like Scamacca, like let's say a Raspadori kind of player, just to give you an example. But now, that's the thing. It changes, and that's what I was also saying is like we don't know what Maldini is, who he's talking to, and these newspapers need to write something. They need to write something. They hear a voice and then they focus on that voice, but in a day, in the space of 1 hour, I can make 4 different calls in the space of 1 hour and talk to four different people about any player in the world. So we don't know who they're really going for. But you just think about it logistically, logically. Who's available, who makes sense, who works, who is the less bet kind of thing. It has to be Belotti. It just has to be. He's cheap as fuck. He's the new. He's the next guy in line after Immobile. The guy now is the time for him to make a move. It's like it's such an easy. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see, guys. We'll see. I trust Maldini know this too. I think he just wants to secure all the smaller contracts loans first before seeing how much we have left in the bank to make those big purchases. Yeah. I think that's Right now, it it looks like that for sure. That and it makes sense, right? Because if you're responsible about what you want to do, you're going to secure first the loans, right? You're going to secure first the loans because each position is important. Even the bench is just as important. You need to secure your bench, right? So you got to do. It's like kind of when you're a kid and your parents tell you if you want to go outside and play, you got to do your homework first. And I'm sure Maldini is that kind of person, and they're that kind of people. So right now they're securing, the loans and the contracts. They're kind of making deals. I'm sure they're making deals that we have no idea about as far as who the names are. And again, guys, traditionally August is Milan's month. Traditionally, and some seasons it's not, but traditionally that's when shit happens in August. If we get Belotti or Yaramchuk, then we don't need anyone else. Rebic Laos backup for 3 games should be able to cover. Yeah, that's nice. I like that. I'm all about that. I hope so too. I trust Maldini, but I can't forget he has made mistakes before. Jump out. That was a big mistake. And Mandzukic. Mandzukic was a big mistake. Those are two big mistakes. Yep. I think it was more Gianpaolo line in his shot. That's funny. Gianpaolo was lying in his job interview and thinking himself ready for a big team rather than Maldini making a mistake. Players are easy to see through. Coaches less so. Creators pass through the cracks. I want to ask you guys, but like obviously, like when you're there, you're working in the industry and you're around people and you see these people day in day out, and you are like, why would you think Gianpaolo is the right guy? I mean, did anybody ever think Gianpaolo was the right guy for the job? Like, okay, I bet that 99% of the people here today, right now watching, would have thought that Gianpaolo was a terrible mistake. My question is like, if we that watch football from the TV and we're not there, we're not on ground zero, if we can see it, how the hell do they not see it? Like, how could they not see that Gianpaolo was not the right guy? Like, how do you expect Gianpaolo to come to Milan and from Gattuso, a player with so much charisma and character, to a little puppy, you know? So my question is, if we can see it, how the hell did Maldini, a five times Champions League winner, arguably the best defender that the world has ever seen, if we see that Gianpaolo is not right, how can you think Gianpaolo is the right guy? That's a crazy question. I think the difference between the summer and 2017, possibly disastrous Moscato, is that now we have a backbone of good players in our team. Yeah, we do. We definitely have a very good backbone of players in our team. Definitely. I hope Mike Magnin turns out to be good. I saw his highlight reels. He looks decent, but he also looked like he was protected by a very good defense. To be honest with you, is he better than Donnarumma? I don't think so. I think Donnarumma is number one. He's on his way to be number one. Okay, let's just be honest, guys. It's just the way it is, and whatever. But I see Donnarumma. But again, we had Dida. Remember Dida, guys? How many? If we won 2 Champions Leagues with Dida, who was a player that just made so many mistakes, and his feet were he had 2 left feet, right? That's what they say. He had bricks instead of feet. So if we won 2 Champions League with Dida, I'm sure we can win the Champions League with Magnini. For me, I never knew that Gianpaolo existed until the day when he was signed to Milan. I thought that was crazy. I thought it was absolutely crazy. They were saying because look at how he makes Sampdoria play. It's like, what? Sampdoria? Sampdoria is a team that you put Sampdoria in Europe against like Borussia Dortmund, it's 10-0. You put Sampdoria play against Real Madrid in the Champions League, 12-0, easy. They're saying, look at how well he plays with Sampdoria. We need to get Gianpaolo. Like, what are you talking about, guys? I'm here watching the shit from a screen, and me and 99% of the rest of the Milan fans that watch football from a screen can tell you that Gianpaolo is like the worst option you could ever make. Even the players. Remember Çalhanoğlu was saying like the guy even had a fight with Paquetá over racial issues. That guy was a disaster. And no offense to the guy. I mean, obviously he's a professional. He's a human being. I don't need to be disrespectful to him. You know, that's not nice. Didn't Gianpaolo have that great season with the year? He finished 7th when we finished 5th. I know he was at Sampdoria before coming to Milan. Gianpaolo has stronger voodoo than Lukaku. Dida won 2 CLs, saved 2 penalties versus you, so his yeah. So I mean, look, if Dida has that kind of resume, and also honestly, Dida had some crazy saves. Some of his saves were amazing. His reflexes were top notch. It was like a cat, you know. His reflexes were incredible. But guy, you put a ball on his feet, the guy is gonna break his leg. You know, he's gonna tie his leg in a knot. So if we had that kind of football player on our pitch, touching the ball, then and I'm sure Manu's going to do well. Yo, what's up, Kangu? How you doing? Something the Jack can't do, it's valuable. Can't do? What do you mean by that? Kangu, man. What do you think about England so far? Because I think you're English, right? That game against Scotland. I saw the game against Scotland. Scotland did actually pretty well. They did really good. Scotland did well. They surprised me, but I don't think it really means anything. I think England has a really good team, to be honest with you. They have a really good team, really good players. Sterling, Mount, guys. Mount is a really good player. Mount is a very nice player. I would say Mount is England. For the players that I've seen in England, Mount is the best player that they have. He is the silent leader. He is a silent technical leader of that team. And then you have other players that are important. It's not Kane. Kane is not the leader. Maybe he is, or maybe he's not. I ain't Kane. Mount is the leader of that team. Like Mount is what makes England play. So Chelsea has done a very good job, guys, with their players. Then I don't know why we didn't offload him as soon as we got Benacer over the line. We will get Henderson and Maguire back. If you think Mount is good, Grealish is better. I've heard a lot about this Grealish guy. I saw him against Scotland. He came in 20 minutes. He didn't really do much. So I can't really say, but I'm very impressed with Mount. Very impressed with Mount. Actually, that'd be a player that maybe, if there's one English player that I'm thinking of right now that I would like to take to Milan because of how he is, his attitude, the way he plays, very, very pristine technically. I like the way he plays. It would be Mount. Mount and this Phillips guy. Those are the two players that I would take to Milan. Because we're a class team, I gave chances to anyone. All right, so what were we discussing? We're discussing goalkeepers. Yeah, we're discussing about the calcio mercato and all this crap. EPL players are all overrated. Phil Foden is the only baller except yesterday. Are EPL players overrated? I think that where it comes a stigma. When you pay a player 10 million, 12 million, you expect that player to be freaking Maradona, right? At least coming from our perspective. Where in Italy, players that you pay 12 million are not role players. They are Ballon d'Or winners. But in England, paying a player 12 million, 10 million, 8 million is like your role player. He's like a squad player. He's like not even a top player. I still don't see why we can't grab Renato Sanchez. The man should have started against Germany. He's with Lille and they owe Elliot money. Okay, I've heard a lot of good things about Sanchez. I've heard a lot of good things about Sanchez. I don't remember him particularly when he played against us, but I heard a lot of positive things about him. So everybody talks well about him. So it seems like he's a really good player. Still shivering to remember the words of Gianpaolo saying "heads up" and yeah. The fans booed the team off the pitch because Gareth Southgate can't pick a team. Hmm. So you're not very convinced about Gareth Southgate? I mean, to be honest with you, England look like a team that has moments that they can really hurt you. One thing that I'll always be impressed about English style of football is how everything is so fast. Just like everything you do is fast. Just the way you stop the ball, the way you turn, the way you pass, the way you everything is such a high tempo. And if you really think about it, that's English. That's English. That's the English football genetic, right? Just doing everything at very fast pace, very higher tempo. If England can figure out how to harness this power, who knows? Who knows? One day they might finally bring it home. You know, this could be the year. You never know. This could be the year. He's playing Sterling on loyalty. I mean, Sterling is a great player, though. Again, I don't know Grealish. I've heard a lot of good things about this Grealish guy, so I guess he's a top player. Gareth Southgate is the English Jean-Paul. England's TV deal has caused him to play the market like a monopoly. Yeah, I think that is something. Yeah. They sold the club as soon as they got new owners. Gianpaolo probably could get the England job. It's Southgate's Gianpaolo the English job. To me, honestly, guys, Southgate hasn't has he even lost any games ever since taking control of England? I don't think he's lost one game. Ollie, I thought the new owners bought Neil on the loan from Elliot. If you're going to play defensive, then you have to pick up the correct team. He's scared to attack and he's going to deck our talent. Okay, all right. Elliot should buy Inter. Well, I'm excited, guys. I'm excited for Italy coming up. It's going to be an interesting game against Wales, against Bale, against what is it, Ramsey. I don't think it's going to be a super competitive. I don't think Italy is going to dominate as much as they did because I mean in the midfield you have Cristante and then Emerson on the left. Pretty excited, guys. We are going to do a watch along. That's going to happen in 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 in 6 hours. Anyway, so to sum up how deluded he is, Sancho was not even on the bench in the first game. So what's up with this Sancho guy? Like, I hear people talk as if this guy's the new, I don't know who. Now again, I am someone that I literally do not waste my time at all at looking at other countries when it comes to football. I only look at two things: AC Milan and Serie A, they go together, and Italy. I do not give a shit about looking at what happens in the Premier League, what happens in Spain, what happens in Germany. I just don't have the time. So I'm hearing that Sancho is this great player, and I believe people that say he's a great player. I'm not saying he isn't, but if he's such a great player, how is he not in the English national team as a starter? And if Manchester United wants to pay him 12 million a year, how is this guy not a starter in the English team? So is this guy really that good or not? What's the deal here? 1,800 million value, that means they're worth less than 200 million. Oh, Inter. Thoughts on Zaccagni? I'm all in for Zaccagni, man. Now, Zaccagni is being linked, like we spoke this about it a few minutes ago. Zaccagni is being linked on, he's being linked with, as a replacement for Çalhanoğlu. I personally do not agree with that. I honestly think that's crazy to think that Zaccagni is that kind of player. To me, Zaccagni is a winger. Like, you put him on the wing, and this guy with great magic. If Zaccagni comes to Milan, it's better than having Haver. It's better than having Haver. But as a replacement for Çalhanoğlu, I don't know about that. That's strange to me. So either I need to look at this player better, and I'm wrong, or the people think that he could be an attacking midfielder are wrong. Sancho's English media hype player because he plays well in the Bundesliga. Yeah, but I think he is a good player. I think he's a good player. Because if he wasn't English, nobody would be talking about Sancho. I don't know about that, honestly. I don't know about that. I mean, maybe. But I mean, either there's a PR team that around him, he must produce. I want to see what his numbers look like. Let's look at this player. Let's see why Manchester United wants to pay 12 million for this player. I mean, any 20-year-old who has got that many goals and assists over 3 seasons is going to be hyped. You're completely wrong, in my opinion. Well, I don't know who you're referring to, but I think that from what I've heard, this guy is a really good player. My question is, if he is such a good player, why is he not in the national team? Let's look at this player. All right. Well, maybe Sky Sports has the answer here. Jadon Sancho yet to play a single minute at Euro 2020 and did not even make the bench for the opening games. When asked about Sancho, Southgate said, "We've got some explosive options, and a lot of them are young players and experiencing a big tournament for the first time." Gareth Southgate insisting above expectations he can put on Jadon Sancho and that right. Oh wow, Gareth Gareth Southgate apparently has no confidence in this guy. Uh, But to me, it's very interesting because these players are super hyped, super hyped. But but I do think he is a really good player from the way people talk about him. Even the people in the Italian media talk really highly of this guy. And again, guys, you can pay me all the money you want. I just would never watch a Borussia Dortmund game in the Bundesliga. I honestly do not give a crap. I do not give a crap. All right, let's look at his numbers. Okay, England. Okay, 19 games, 3 goals. England, England under 17, 80 games, 14 goals. Borussia Dortmund, 104 games, 38 goals. So he has an average of about 30%. So what, zero point 0.3 as far as goals go. That's a very American way to look at things. Okay. Oh no, it's not more than that. Bundesliga, 26 appearance, 8 goals. National Cup, 6. Europe, 2. So 38, 16 goals. Not bad. 0. 0.5. 0.5. Average of 0.5. Total 104 appearances, 137 appearances, 50 goals. So that is approximately what, 0.43, 0.39%. What position does he play? Okay. Oh wow, he won the World Cup from under 17. So look, you see, this generation of English players is promising. Huh? European under 17 runner-up, UEFA Nation League's third place. Yeah, I'm hearing a lot about this player, but I'm just curious to know why they're not using it. So Sancho stock knows that. Well, if he doesn't play in these Euros, it is. And Aubameyang and Aubameyang, guys, is a player that we never play Milan make a big mistake. Assists. He's more of an assist kind of guy. Yeah. Well, I don't know what Milan did. I don't know why Milan got rid of Aubameyang. Milan literally could have had a super squad if they would have just kept their players from the Primavera, and and they could have made so much money off of these players if they sold them correctly. Milan honestly just needs good management. That's all we need. We just need good management, and I think right now we do. To be honest with you, I honestly think that right now we do. All right, so let's see what else is happening right now. Let's see if there are any new breaking stories in the world of AC Milan. Wow, guys, look at this right here. Would you look at that? Gosens is linked with AC Milan, according to Bill. Let's see what they say. Transfer market. AC Milan are interested in signing left back Robin Gosens from Atalanta this summer, according to a report. Gosens has drawn a number of admiring glances as Germany produced a fantastic comeback against Portugal. according to the latest from German outlet Bild, Milan and Barcelona have taken interest in the former player. I mean, Gosens is a player, but you get him if you're getting rid of Theo. You can't have Theo Hernandez and Gosens at the same time, unless you're Real Madrid and you can. But Gosens, maybe you play Gosens or Theo, you play them in a higher position. But I mean, they're players that like Gosens wouldn't go to a club to become a bench player. I don't think so. And yeah, I wonder, do you guys think would Gosens take Theo's spot? All right, let's check. Let's check that transfer market website. I don't know about this link with Gosens. I don't think that Theo Hernandez and Gosens can coexist. All right, let's see what Sancho looks like on transfer markets. Pioli, after watching Gosens yesterday, decided to get him as a striker. Okay, here he is. Jadon Sancho. I want to know why this player is considered to be England's best player. All right. Right winger. Okay, so he's a right winger. And look at that, guys. How is that possible? Are you seeing this? I'm gonna make this really big so you guys can see this. How is that possible, guys? Just tell me how that shit is possible. Like this guy is not even playing from the English national team, and he costs 110 million. How? How is this guy 110 million? Like, like this is. I just don't understand this. Highest market value 143 million. Like I just want to know how they get away with this. Kessie is according to we're going to watch Kessie. How is this guy 21 years old? He can't break through into the national team. The team is good. I told you guys, England has a really good team. This kid is worth 110 million. Did his dad make the price? Player agent, elite project group. This makes absolutely no sense to me. No sense. Assist. So in 26 games, he had 12 assists and 8 goals. What? No, no, no. Like these are not numbers of 110 million there. Why? I mean, this is why Serie A is bullshit. Why doesn't Serie A do the same shit? I mean, to be fair, Cairo did put that 100 million. Wait, are you telling me that fucking Manchester United is spending 100 million pairs for this player? You're telling me Manchester United is going to spend 110 million for a 21-year-old that you don't know what's going to happen. A 21-year-old that can't break through the bench of the national team. Someone has to explain to me how this works, because right now the math is not adding up. This just does not make any sense. I want to see how much. I want to see how much Lukaku's worth. Okay. Romelu Lukaku also 110 million. But okay, but this kind of makes sense though. 28 years old. The guy has already proven. How is Jaden Sancho, a 21-year-old, that you have no clue what his future is going to be? I mean, this is also a lot, to be honest. To be honest with you, that's a lot of money. What about Kessie? 60 million. Kessie is worth 60 million. Nah, guys, this is making no sense. This makes no sense. Gosens came only if he plays right wing. I guess, right? Because you can't have Theo Hernandez. Sancho is England's best attacking player in Germany. Okay. It's the English market, Roy. Just look at Ben White. 40 million for him to get rejected. Because Jadon Sancho is English for no other reason. English players are always valued like that. It's because of the new rules in the Prem after Brexit. Had Tomori joined another English club, it would have been around 70, 80 million. They want to focus more on local English over foreign nationals. A foreign English player coming back to England to play in the Premier is going to go for a premium. Tomori will be the same. Guys, I don't mind selling. Okay, this is not great right after Tomori just signed for Milan, but if you can send Tomori back in England for 120 million, because I mean these are the prices we're paying. We can literally buy a new team with that. We can buy the next Ronaldo with that. The next two Ronaldos with that. Wow, this is crazy. How much is Mount? Let's see what these English players go for. Mason Mount, 82 million. Okay. What about let's see the Italian players. Like what's Locatelli? I bet Locatelli is like what? 30 million? 38 million. Wow. 38 million. That's a lot. Like for me, 38 million is a lot, right? That sounds like a lot. But 110 million is like, what the fuck? Are you crazy? What about 71 million? Yeah, Inter has. Damn. I think is it just Milan that just doesn't. Is it just Milan that just puts cheap numbers on our players. Like, what the hell? Theo Hernandez. 55 million. Okay. Benefit 41 million. All right. What about Tomori? Fikayo Tomori 30 million. Huh. What's Donnarumma? I don't know what Donnarumma is. If he were to be for sale, 66 million. Man, guys, look at that. We should have freaking sold this player for six. We should have sold this guy for 66 million because PSG would have bought him. I'm sure Raiola would have made that happen. And with that 66 million, we could have bought. Like a really good player. Let's see what's. I can't. How do you spell his name? Salamakers. Let me just check. Can you send a link? Of what? If I don't think they let you send links, but if you can write it in such a way where maybe just put .com, the word .com at the end, you can get away with it. Just think of it this way: it's half of the Italian market, the price in comparison to the English market. Don't trust the market values there. There's only for reference adjusted based on performance and such. After next season, even the Milan players' market price will go high after playing the Champions League. Yeah, I think that's true. I think that's what it is actually. You get Kessie in the Champions League, the guy's price is going to go up like crazy. Hernandez. Okay, all right, guys. Now, if Calabria is not worth at least 80 million, then all of this is absolute bullshit. Let's see. If Calabria is not worth at least 80 million, if Sancho is worth 110 million, Calabria is worth 80. 27 million. That would make Calabria. Okay. Reddish. 35 million. 27 years old, 35 million. See how much we would have made if we would have just sold him instead of this contract bullshit. 38 million. Wow, he's not even that impressive. Yeah, yeah. I think that's what it is. I think it has to be the whole Champions League thing. You put these players in the Champions League, and all of a sudden, their value goes up. What do I see? Let's see. That's it. 52 million. See? Uh, Mob deal. 41 million. What the? Let's see what speed up solo is right now. 26 million speed up solo? Or 28 million? Who's an Italian player that played it? Chiesa. Enrico Chiesa. 66 million. Hey, Italian players just have no market. They just have no market. They just have no market. All right, guys, I'm gonna go for 5 more minutes. It will be 4 hours. It is 4:13 a.m. Pacific time, California. I worked all day, and I came back home. And I was like, man, I haven't done a stream in a while. It's been a while. I couldn't do it on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So I was like, yeah, let's do a nice stream. Let's talk about Italy. Let's talk about Milan. We've covered everything today. We've covered everything. Just search. Just search the English players who have been decent playing for mid-table or relegation clubs, but valuably more, I guess, than Milan players. All right, so Italian players don't have a market because there is a stigma that they don't perform well outside of the Italian league. It's more than a stigma. I think it's the truth. So who's an average player that plays in the Premier League? Give me some names, guys. Like, who would be a player that I can't think of any players. Okay, Calvin Phillips, right? He's a guy that just came out recently out of nowhere. I guess. At least for people like me that don't follow the Premier League. Let's see, Calvin Phillips. Oh, but he's 33 million. Yo, like if he's only 33 million, that's strange. That's strange. I'd expect. I was expecting much more. If I was a director of football, I would go for this player. Because having a player like this in the midfield, he's kind of like he's Jamaican, half Jamaican. Actually, guys, I was expecting much more. Ben White. Ben White, 30 million, center back. Okay. Words, Prowse. Are those two different players? Guys, look at Harry Kane, 132 million. What? Yeah. I think it comes down to I don't know. But Harry Kane is worth 132. Hold on. What about Mbappe? 176 million. Okay. With two L's, 143 million, 20 years old, but he's worth that kind of money, I guess. Yes. 88 million. 33 years old. He's still young. John Stones. Guys, Messi's only 33 years old, huh? Where's this John Stones? John Stones. 33 million center back. Well, I mean, these prices are not terrible. Tariq Lamptey. No way Messi costs less than that. Yeah, half. Almost half. Tariq Lamptey. 19 million. I mean, these players don't cost much, bro. Or should they cost even less? Matt Target. 18 million. I don't know these players, guys. I honestly have no clue who they are. But it seems like not all the English players have crazy prices. They're valued at that, but if they're sold, they'll be sold for like 40 or 50. Hold on, wasn't Maguire that guy? Maguire, Harry Maguire. Manchester United bought him for 80 million, and he's worth 49 million. I guess that's what you're saying. Well, that's the thing. That's the thing. That was the thing, right? I remember when I used to follow the EPL is that if a player is worth 30 million, and you're like, yeah, I don't want to sell him. Okay, I'll give you 40. No, I don't want to sell him. Okay, I'll give you 50. No, I don't want to sell him. I'll give you 60. No, I don't want to sell him. I'll give you 70. 70, 80. Let's do 80. All right, fine. Let's do 80. It kind of felt like that in the EPL. I remember Roy. What was it? Carroll. Some guy called Carroll. PL is a marketing league. They almost own the media, so there's no surprise who they are. So expensive. Already plays national proves that. Yeah, it's very strange. It's very strange. But Roy, they're playing for mid-table and teams fighting for relegation. It's too much. Oh, okay, okay. Well, okay. I believe you, man. Andy Carroll, right? Andy Carroll. I remember this guy was like they paid for this player like tons of money. What about the leaked? Wow, guys, look at that. Matthias the leaked 82 million. Holy shit. Fuck. 82 million. That's crazy. What about Romagnoli? What if we sell Romagnoli? What happens? Romagnoli. 27 million. 26, 27 million. Mino Raiola. Let's see what his transfer market page looks like. Let's, guys, look at the player. Look at the players this guy has. Okay, Erling Haaland, 143 million. Delete is a Raiola player. No, I didn't know that. Paul Pogba, Donnarumma, Verratti is a Raiola player. I didn't know that either. De Virgil, Lozano, Thuram, Moise Kean. Wow. Luca Pellegrini is a really good guys. This guy here, like you want to get a. There you go. There you go, guys. Look at that. You want to get. Listen to me. Okay, he's a. Wow, Andrea Monti too. Okay, fine. He's a Raiola player. We all hate Raiola, sure. But guys, look at this guy here is class. This guy here is skill. I don't know if you know this player. Luca Pellegrini. Luca Pellegrini is a good player, man. Like he'd be a perfect deputy for Ramos. Technical player, I remember watching him for Juventus. I was like so impressed with how he played. Wow, look at all these. Roberto Insigne. He has Insigne's brother. I know you used to have Insigne. Mario Balotelli, guys, is worth 1,065,000. Wow, Federico Macheda. You guys remember Macheda? Man, look at all the players this guy has. No way. He's got this guy. This guy, he's like, you see what I'm saying, guys? Like this player here, in 2 or 3 years, is going to be one of these superstar players that is going to cost a lot of money. And he already has, 18 years old. Rayola already has his hands on him. Right now we're 550. This guy here, Xavi Simons. The reason why I know is because I work for PSG, so that player right there. Like, let's look at the youngsters. I'm sure all these youngsters are players that in a few years are going to just kill it. Okay, I don't know any of these. I know him. I don't know this guy. I don't know him. I don't know him. Calafiori. Okay, he looked really good for Roma. Haaland already. Nicolo Armini. Okay. Interesting. Delete was the captain of my ex when they went to see the semis. Wow, he was a teenager. You can search there from the transfer market, the highest transfer market price accordingly. Gotcha. Rayola hedged his bets on low pairs, also because of his name. Players would go to him, and they know they get big ass checks with him too. Rayola's been controlling the Italian Dutch market. That's the reason. And Rayola is half Italian and half Dutch, right? For success, and now he's trying to go for the French market. Very intelligent man, no matter, even if he's playing wicked. Yeah. Gravenbach is a baller. Okay. Market value. Oh, look, these guys are free. He's a Chris. Sent it. He's 44 years old. Yo, he's got even players. Maxwell, 39. I mean, does this mean that they're not playing anymore? Why would they be? Oh, okay, Yatsubate. Wow, he's only 34. How young was he when he retired? Was he 30 years old when he retired? That's crazy. That's just crazy. Not much. All right. Go. Contract? No. Nada. Rayola can be very bad for opportunities, but he gives his players the best deal. I mean, yeah. I mean, think about it. If you're a player, and but if you have Rayola as an agent, not only you're going to make a lot of money, but you're going to be in big clubs. How would you do that? How would you do that? Isbor. Let me see. Roy, check the coaches associated with Rayola. Are there any? Let's see. These are all players. Let me just Google that. Oh, Mkhitaryan is also Raiola. Blaise Matuidi. I'm Googling it. I don't see any. I don't see him being linked with coaches. Does this even do that? Does this link coaches? If I put Padre Pioli, what happens? Stefano Pioli. Oh, there it is. Manager. Doesn't have agent. Okay. Well, there you got. Hey guys, you have beef with Pioli. Here's your number. You guys have beef with Pioli? Call that number. If you have beef with Pioli, call that number. Talk to his agent and tell him how you want him to set up AC Milan. So there you go. Oh man, God, it's some funny shit. And if you want to send him a postcard, if you guys want to send him a postcard, here you go. Okay. Let me see. While y'all. No, I don't see any coaches associated to Rayola. I don't see any coaches associated to Rayola. Let's go to. I want to see Milan. The whole team. There. All right. So AC Milan market value is 553 million. Current transfer record. That's it. What? For who? All right. So these are the Milan players. Huh? So not. Tatoru Sam is worth 550,000. Fikayo Tomori. Simon Kier is worth only 3 million. It's worth way more. Wow, Salamaker's only 4 million. Peter, but they're selling him for 12 million. I read. No, what is this? Fee. What? Oh, this is what they paid. This is what they paid. Oh, I want to see their worth. Okay, 29 million. There you go. 35. We saw that. Highway, yeah, 10 million. Salamakers, 19 million, guys. Salamakers is going up. Simon Kier, 11 million. 30 million. 660,000. 5 million. 7 million. 16 million. Man, all our players are cheap as fuck. 11 million. Who's this guy? Colombo 1 million. Let me see. Is he still tied with Milan? 880,000. First thing I'm going to tell him is not to play with the same tactics. Yeah, it looks like they've been slacking. Why does Perry look like Santa Claus in that picture? Man, look at that. Mario Mandzukic. Wow, still this guy Suso. Current club Sevilla. I think it's these. I think what this is saying is that these deals are not finished yet, because I know that Suso's deal with Sevilla is not completed yet. Like Sevilla is still in the process of paying AC Milan. So I'm assuming this is why they're still, because it does say current club Torino market. Huh. I'm thinking that must be why. Anyway, Milan is worth 500. I wanna see how much Manchester United is worth, because if they're paying these players that kind of money, they must be worth some serious dough. Oh, they're not even. Nah, is this real? That's it. It's only 300 million more than Milan. 800 million, 810 million, right there. I thought they'd be worth way more. I know Real Madrid is in the billions for sure. What? That's it? 700? That's it? 777 million? And look at the difference. I don't know what it was referring to. AC Milan's transfer market record, it said 18 million, while this one is 116 million. Understood that's gone. Well, when Milan plays CL, the value will be much higher. I'm surprised that Real Madrid is only 770. I mean, we're only 200 million away from Madrid. These guys just won 4 Champions Leagues in freaking 6 years, and they're only worth 200 million more than AC Milan. It's the Premier League. They own their own stadium, so they'd be worth more. I think that I thought they would have been worth even more, to be honest with you. Madrid won nothing this year. Their players' value have gone down. The highest is PSG with 1 billion, I guess. Let's check. Let's check what PSG is. PSG 869 million. What about Barcelona? What the fuck is this? Barcelona 858 million. We're not that far off from these teams. Huh? I mean, if we get a stadium, our own stadium, that's 100, 200 million more. We're there. We're quite close. I don't know if these numbers are right. Manchester City. Ah, here we go. There you go. 100. There it is. Now we're talking some real cash, guys. Now that's what I'm talking about. Look at that. 1 billion. Be nice to have that with AC Milan, but what, negative? What? Current transfer record negative 118 million. Yeah, I think these guys aren't doing business right. What about Chelsea? Oh, almost a bit. Look at Chelsea, guys. Chelsea worth more than Madrid and Barcelona. Current transfer market. What does this mean? Minus 200 million. Is this crazy shit? This is crazy. It's just crazy. We're going only on player value. I can see this. Ah, it has to be player value. Has to be one of the things. Barcelona is the biggest debt. Because United, PSG, and Barca have more players in their club. Yes, let's check Juventus. 660 million. The number of the beast. 66066. And they have their own stadium too. Okay, what about Inter? Oh, come on. You really? Really? Yeah. Wow. Worth more than, well, I guess when you have a Lukaku, but it's worth 100 million. Huh. What about AS Roma? Shittiest club in the world. There's no club as shitty as AS Roma. It is the one club that that it's embarrassing. The most embarrassing club in Italy. 400 million. Okay. Oh, come on. Wow. Damn. Napoli. Atlanta's 400 million too. Napoli is just like Milan, 500. Damn, crazy. Atalanta was actually worth 100 million less. The player's value have dropped considering with the age and performance. Current transfer record means how much they spent over how much they sold. Chelsea bought 200 million worth of players and sold none. Gotcha. Okay, I see. The closer to zero for that current transfer record, the better. So Real Madrid had plus 118, so that means that was pretty good for them. Atlanta would have more value than Milan, I guess. Yeah, Atlanta was just a million. What does it say about Paolo Maldini? Didn't say anything. Nothing. Nothing interesting. Lazio. Let's check Lazio. Lazio, 345 million. Lazio has some interesting players. Maurizio Sarri, wow, it's crazy. Acerbi, let's see how much Acerbi is. Remember, Acerbi was a player that we thought sucked and said he's done good. I think he's done good. Nothing was actually bad. Good thing that guy started running. This is the guy we need right here. 77 million. There you go. 77 million. Luis Alberto, 49 million. Marco Parolo, 36. Wow. I didn't know he was 36. Lazzari, interesting player, 23 million. Guys, you put him on the right wing, not bad. Only 23 million. What about Aunas? Yeah, this guy here. Dude, man, 8 million. What are they doing? What are they doing, guys? Are you kidding me? What we don't need to spend 27, 30 million on a freaking right winger. This guy is pennies. I mean, obviously speaking in football terms. Is he on loan from Napoli? Yeah, he's not going to get any space at Napoli. Unless Mertens is on his way out. And then they could put him. Man, this player here. 8 million. Like if I was Maldini, I would go straight for this guy. At least I would get him on the team. I would get him on the team. Citizenship French, also. So there's no, he wouldn't, as far as the laws or whatever, foreign players, it wouldn't be a problem. But man, this player, look, you put in plays not, but this guy is quality. This guy's quality. You get him on the right wing, you pay him nothing, 10 million, 12 million from Napoli, and we don't need to spend a bunch of money on this player and spend that money on other positions. I wonder what Berardi's price came to after his Euro. Oh, that's it? 38 million? I was expecting more. Hmm. But with Spalletti, might get a chance to play. Who? Spalletti is coaching Napoli. Oh, right, right. What? Sarri was Lazio. Yeah, no. Honestly, if you think about it, Mertens has to be on his way out because that right wing is right now Lozano and Mertens. And if I was smart, I would start to bring Onus back in. And but this season I think let's see, where's Mertens as far as age and all that. Guys, this Onus kid is something else. Mertens 34. Yeah, it makes sense, guys. Napoli pretty much have the next Mertens. They have another player just like Mertens, ready to go. Like that's some smart transfer market shit right there. That's some good shit for them. They pretty much have the replacement for Mertens. They parked him in Crotone where he was amazing. He was incredible, and now he's ready to go. Incredible. Berardi value is up 50 million after the Euros. It's crazy stuff. It's Georgie. He's English, right? This comes from the English market. They love 44 million. What about Berardi? 60 million. 28. Oh, okay, still young. Still young. Cristante, 19 million. Cristante could have Locatelli, Cristante, Donnarumma. How many ever played? Locatelli, Cristante, Donnarumma, Aubameyang, Darmian, very bunch of these. Yeah. Uh, Bastoni, 66 million. Wow. Yeah, Milan is definitely not doing something. Hakan, I saw him earlier. I think he was 30. How I know. I just know that he was like 38 million, I think. 38 million. Yeah, Fernandez was what 40 million, I think. Second again, 55 million. 55 million, 23 years old. Let's look at his numbers. Fernandez already has a Champions League, a Spanish Super Cup, FIFA Club World Cup winner. Okay, let's look at this Serie A. 33 appearances, 7 goals, 6 assists. Guys, for a fullback, those are crazy numbers. Those are crazy numbers. How the fuck is he only worth 55 million with numbers like that? If any team I've ever coached had a fullback that had those kind of numbers, like I'd go crazy. 7 goals, 6 assists for a guy that plays as a fullback. Are you crazy? How is he not valued at like Sancho? Okay, explain this to me. Just explain this shit to me. I want you to look at these numbers. Appearances 33, goals 7, assists 6, fullback. Let's go back to Sancho. Okay, Bundesliga goals, 8 goals, 12 assists. This guy's a striker. Like he's a right winger, right? 8 goals, 12. I mean, for 21 is pretty good. But he's got one more goal than than Theo Hernandez, who's a fullback, who starts his game pretty much in our box. He's got more assists. You see, like this is what I'm saying. Like these numbers just don't make any sense. They don't make any sense. Who's making the value? There's absolutely no order to how this works. Man, 0 goals. Oh no, Serie A. 2 goals, 5 assists for Spinazzola. Yeah, it makes no sense. It just makes no sense the way they price these players. They would easily go around sustaining like Hakim. Oh, let's look at Hakim's numbers. Hakimi, 66 million. Serie A. Jesus, guys, look at those fucking numbers. Man. Yo. Look at those. Those are crazy numbers, guys. I mean, he's not. He's more. He's not like a fullback. In the Conte's Inter, he played a little bit more forward. Those numbers are crazy good. He's okay. So how does this make sense? 22. He's 22. Okay, guys. 22. So 1 year older than Sancho. He's worth 66, and he has 1 goal less than Sancho and 2 assists less than Sancho as a defender. I want to see where the defensive numbers are. I wish they would show the defensive numbers. Yeah, this is absolutely. This makes no sense. It makes no sense. Whatever. I mean, this guy is that's crazy. I would like to know. I would like to know like other kind of stats. Like how many, like what is his average as far as winning the ball back, as far as defensive plays? What's this? Okay, all right. Here's his details. Let's see if this gives me better stats. All right, here we go. Okay, points per match. Okay, yeah, goals, assists. What is this? On goals, 0. Substitutions. Substitution off. Okay. Penalty goals. Minutes per goal. Minutes played. I want it to be more detailed. One thing I like about American sports is in the U.S. They really look very closely at statistics. which is really cool. I like that a lot. I think if there's one thing that I think that the U.S. gets right as far as sports and shit. Well, I mean they got a lot of shit right. Let's be honest. But as far as sports and all that crap, like they really look at the statistics of players and look at everything. How many tackles out of that were successful, how many plays, how many passes. Do you guys know websites that have those kind of stats? Where would I get a website that has those kind of stats? Serie A. Hakimi's valuation is because he won in Madrid and not Inter. It should be more, bro. It should be more. If Milan won the Scudetto, first value should have shot up by even more. Let's see. Let's see if this gives me proper stats. Player statistics. This is what I want to see. This is what I wanted to see. Recoveries. Bremer, huh? F Breath, who scored? F Breath is best shows competing detailed stats. Alright, let me check. F Breath. Glick, that's a Polish guy. Cristiano Romero, 30. Wow, Simon Kjaer is the best Milan player with the most recoveries. At number 14, 243. But I want to see where. And that's it. Look, we don't have any. Who's winning the ball for us, man? The next Calabria is the next guy. So when it comes to Milan, our best player for recoveries is at 14, and it's Kjaer. Then it's 31, Davide Calabria at 31 with 199 recoveries. These are not good numbers, guys. These are not good numbers. Frank Kessie is at 44. Alessio Romagnoli, the player that everybody hates, at 169. He's next. Theo Hernandez at 163, number 62 on the table in Serie A. Zlatan Ibrahimovic, guys, look at that. Zlatan Ibrahimovic played the same what? Okay, guys, look at this. Look at this statistic. Zlatan Ibrahimovic played the same amount of games as Fikayo Tomori, pretty much, and he has the same amount of recoveries. Isn't that incredible? Is this recoveries? We're talking about recoveries, right? Yeah, recoveries. That means this is a defender's table. How the hell does Zlatan Ibrahimovic has as much recoveries as freaking Fikayo Tomori? Diego Dalot right here, 101. That's good. Wow. Wow, guys, that says what a complete player Ibrahimovic is. Huh? Is that what it means? Am I going crazy? We spent most of our time with the ball, so we don't need to recover it that often. Good point. Good point, Ollie. Ibra recovers the ball in the final third. It's crazy though, huh? It's really crazy. Look, Bonucci, Rabiot, Sandro. Who's the worst at recoveries? I want to know who's the worst. Okay. Interesting. All right, so FB Ref. Let's see how detailed this thing is. Hernandez. Oh wow, okay. All right, let's see this. Serie A. Goals, assists. What is this? Expected goals. Right, what? I gotta figure. What is all that? Progressive dribbles completed. Okay, this is cool. Look at that. He has 1.89. How are they counting that? Percentile. Stats are listed in value per 90 minutes played as percentages. Okay, got it. All right. Dribbles completed. Okay. Well, let's go back to why this motherfucker got so much money. Progressive passes 97% and 97. Yeah, progressive carries. Dribbles completed. Okay, so let's look at these numbers. Pressures, numbers of times a player pressure dribbles and player who is received and carry. All right, so this guy is a player that does not work hard, pretty much. This is what that stat says. Interceptions, blocks, clearances, aerials one. Okay, all right. Let's see what this guy will look like in that kind of situation. Okay, progressive at 81%. Dribbles completed. Wow, that's nothing. That's really bad. His numbers don't look great, but his goals look good. 17 goals, 7 assists. Interesting. It depends on the tactics. It seems that keep possession doesn't have to recover much except for the attackers. It just means that Ibra's more active up front than people give him credit for. I mean, those are a lot of recoveries. Like, what was it, 100 and something? I don't know. I mean, like, that's a position. Have you? I don't even remember him recovering any balls. It must be the kind of work that goes unnoticed. You know, when just that kind of work that is unnoticed. You don't notice it, but it's really good. All right, I wanted to go back to Serie A stats. Player statistics. All right. Okay. Top assists. Let's see where our players are. So Malinovsky won best assist man with only 11 assists. Huh? That's not much. So Jadon Sancho had 12. The Bundesliga. So Jadon Sancho had more assists than any Italian player or any player in the Serie A. Henrik Mkhitaryan 10. Rodrigo de Paul 10, guys. Rodrigo de Paul, he was the guy. Remember, Çalhanoğlu only one behind. But this is what Laird and I were saying. Like, they're really not that different. I mean, look at that. Çalhanoğlu has 9. Rodrigo de Paul has 10. 10, 10. Lukaku has 9. Wow. Man, what a player Lukaku is. Luis Muriel 9 too. Man, Muriel. Guys, Muriel played 20 minutes each game, 30 minutes. And he has just as many assists as Çalhanoğlu that played full games, or any of these other guys, really. Savage 8. Chiesa 8, good. Good number for Chiesa. Berardi 7, That's 7. Wow, guys. Are you looking? Are you? All right, guys. Let's pay close attention to what we just. Oh wait, sorry. You guys are seeing this. Hold on. Let me correct this. I want to show you what I'm seeing here. All right, are you ready for this, guys? Are you ready for this? All right. So Malinowski, 11 assists. So as I was saying, Sancho has more assists than any Serie A player in the Bundesliga. I was showing Rodrigo de Paul has 10, Çalhanoğlu has 9. But check out who the next AC Milan player is with the most assists. If you were to take a guess, you would never guess. You would never guess. But don't cheat. Don't Google it. Take a guess. Who do you think is the player? Don't Google it. Don't cheat. Alvaro Morata had a pretty decent season. 8 assists. That's good. Musa Barrow, interesting player. Dries Mertens. Theo. Right, well, wasn't Theo... Yeah, shouldn't it be Theo? Well, I guess in the Serie A. Look at him, guys. The one and only Rafael Leao. Leaozinho. Leao gets the most assists. So I spoke shit about Leao. Well, I didn't speak shit about Leao. I was speaking more shit about how Leao was being used. Ante Rebic is at 4. That's it. Those poor numbers. Makers is at 4. Man, our wingers. Frank is at 4. Where's Theo? I'm Diaz at 3. What? Where's Ibra? No way Ibra had only what? This can't be right. Well, this is the Serie A thing. It has to be right. Zlatan Ibrahimovic only had 2 assists the whole freaking season. I remember the one for Ibra, for Rebic. He's not been there too. Where's Hernandez? Guys, Kronic had 2. Where were all those assists that they showed for Hernandez? Diego Dalot had 1. Eso Romagnoli had 1. Simon Kjaer had 1. David Meite as well. Where's Theo? Hold on. I obviously missed this guy. Ante Rebic. There he is. He's at 5. Okay. All right. So he's at 5. So he's right after Rafael now. You got it. Leao. Crazy, huh? I remember Theo Rebic and that. Yeah, that's right. If you take a look at Leao's assists, most of them were to Ibra. Interesting. Ibra other one was for C. Okay. Nice. I don't remember. What game was that? Okay. All right. Goal table. Let's pick team statistics. So when it comes to goals, we finished 5th during the season. 1.95 average, 74 goals. Atalanta 90 goals. Well, he didn't score against us when it counted, Atalanta. Shots on the table. Milan up there, top 4. Assist table. 45. Yeah, it should coincide with the goals, theoretically. Crosses table. Yeah, I remember seeing this one. Milan is 11th on crosses because they play football on the ground. Inter instead, up top. Yeah, Inter Lazio Juventus. Interesting. Saves. Kind of. Inter. Post. Guys, look at this. Milan is the team that hit the crossbar and the post the most with 24. 12 against 24. Guys, I mean, that's if you would have, that's 90 goals pretty much. It went in. Offsides, Milan is second. Headed goals, Milan 9th. It's not bad. Playing time average, 8. I don't know what that means. ball possession. Wow. You remember Spezia? Spezia looked like Barcelona when they played against us. Match day 6 against Udinese. We won 2-1. Nice. You are very prepared. I like that. Hold on. Hold the phone. Copy. Paste. Why isn't this phone changing? All right. Okay. Let's make it a little bit bigger. Okay, so goals. We said Milan 5th. Shots on table, Milan 4th. Assist table, 6. Crosses table. Look at this one here. Saves. Kilometers run, Inter. That's Conte for you guys. Well, I guess look at Inzaghi. Inzaghi has his team run too, so I guess that kind of works for Inter, right? Milan is not even in. Milan is at 14. Lazy players. But look at this one. Posts and crossbars. Posts and crossbars. We are number 1. I just remember from one of the assist compilations we had these past few weeks on Twitter. Nice. When you say we had, when Milan, AC Milan, the AC Milan website, is that what you mean? Corners, Juventus, Milan 4th. Corners are indicative of how you attack. Offsides, look, Milan is 3rd. Verona 1st. Headed goals, Milan 9th. Only 8th, that's it. Playing time, I don't know what value it means. This one here is very interesting. This one says a lot, actually. And notice how Milan is 9th. Spezia. Remember when Spezia played against Milan and how well they played? Isn't it crazy that Spezia, when it comes to ball possession, has better stats than AC Milan? How is that even possible? And Sassuolo 1st. Like, that says a lot about De Zerbi. I think people have underestimated De Zerbi. Another one of those cases of Italian Serie A players, coaches that aren't given the value that they deserve. All right. Well, let's just finish with. When you say we, who do you mean by we? Let's finish with this. Hey guys, look at that. That's our boy right there, Çalhanoğlu. Çalhanoğlu, guys. The one and only. These 3 players are playing today. Chaka. Chaka had good stats against Italy. Italy versus Wales preview. 9, so that's in 3 hours approximately, 4 hours. Okay. I wanted to see the groups. All right, Italy first. Well, okay, so based on my predictions, Milan have less possession this year because they tended to score first the game and then sit back and let opponents come back into the game. Yeah, but I think they should have more. I think they should have more possession. Group A: Italy, Wales, Switzerland, Turkey. So my prediction was Italy first, Turkey second, Switzerland third, Wales fourth. So far I got this one completely wrong. Group B, my prediction was Belgium first, Denmark second, Finland, Russia third, Finland fourth. So far I got this one completely wrong too. But we'll see. We'll see what happens in the last round. This one is going perfectly on par as the way I predicted. Netherlands first, Ukraine second, and Austria third, or North Macedonia. This was like a toss-up. Group D, I said England first, Croatia second, Czech Republic third, Scotland fourth. So this one is going completely different from how I predicted. This one here, I predicted Spain first, Sweden second, Poland third, Slovakia. So this is the one I got the most wrong. Group E so far. Group F. Uh, Group F. To be honest with you, Group F. I predicted Hungary last, and then these three. It really doesn't matter. It's all the same. How so? How so? Chance of a biscotto. So England has to play Czech Republic. All right. If they both tie, they just tie. They both go through, and then Croatia, Scotland play for the third place. But if England can beat Czech Republic, let's say Czech Republic wins. Oh yeah, England is definitely going to be third, but their numbers ain't going to look so good. Goal difference, those numbers don't look great. -1 for Croatia. Croatia, Scotland, I think, right? Italy. So Italy is going to go against Ukraine so far. We'll see. We have one more round to see. But so far, so far, do they have stats? $55 goals. Goals, Italy. Wow, guys, look at this. When are you? When do you ever see this? Like this never happens. This is like shit. I don't even know. Like this is like finding a rare diamond in your backyard. Like when will you ever see ever again Italy being the team with the most goals in the tournament? Spain 72. Interesting how Italy are not even in the top 6 of possession. Austria has more possession, Switzerland, and it seems like they They dominate possession, but they're not even in the top six. Passing accuracy, and even look here, they're not even in the top six when it comes to passing accuracy. Yet they look really good. Total attempts. Well, that makes sense. Denmark, guys. Denmark really good against Belgium. Tackles. Hungary. Wow. Balls recovered. Czech Republic. Clean sheets to England, England, Sweden. I mean Italy, England, Sweden. Crazy. Player stats, goals. Wow, Ronaldo. Of course, guys. Who's leading the goals? Ronaldo. Who else would it be? Patrick Schick, Chino Mobley too, Locatelli too. That's good. Yet Roman, this guy here that seems to be assists. Domenico Berardi has two. Gosens has two. Kimmich has two. Speed. Okay. So look, I was saying earlier that the fastest recorded player in this tournament is still Leonardo Spinazzola. Crazy. Check the full rankings. No, the German coach said that teams that play good in the first two games don't normally win. To be honest with you, I kind of agree. Like historically, if you play the first 2 or 3 games really well, it doesn't really mean anything. It really doesn't. Now, if we were to look at Italy in 2006, Italy did play the first game really well. They crushed it. The second game, not so well. The third game, they crushed it. And then against Australia, it wasn't a great game. Against Ukraine, it was a top game. Against Germany, it was a top game. Then against France, it was an okay game for the final. But it is true. Like that's what I'm saying. Like all these people hyping up Italy because they had 2 good games. It's like, yo, come on, man. We're not children. We've seen this shit for more than 30 years now. At least I have. Just because you had 2 good games doesn't mean anything. And the people that are counting Germany out a year, it's absolute craziness. Absolute craziness. Leonardo Spinazzola. Distance covered. Shots on target, Patrick Schick. Guys, look at Ukraine, huh? Ukraine, a lot of. Is it open in a. Hold on. Let me see. Wow, passing accuracy. Matthias de Ligt, guys, look at that. I'm curious. I'm curious to know why these Italian players are not in the top 5. You see those games. You would think Jorginho. Guys, look, the lead has not done one wrong pass so far. Isn't that crazy? James, that is absolutely insane. All his passes are. He's got 100% accuracy. I mean, have you guys ever played a competitive football match and all your passes are good? Even if you're playing as a defender, as a central defender, like it's still. I mean, I know central defenders usually have easier passes. They take less risks. As a matter of fact, you will see that most of the. But to be fair, it's only 40 passes. Like this guy here, James had 85 passes, 84 completed. Laporta 181 passes, 98%. This guy, 153 passes. Rudiger, 147. Interesting stat. All right. Okay. Hamsik. All right, guys. Well, I think that is good. 5 hours. Nice streaming. Enjoyed my time with you guys. We are back in action in 4 hours for the watch along. Italy versus Wales. So let's see what happens. And actually, let's do one more thing before closing. Let's see if there are any new AC Milan transfers. Any new stories, latest news? Thank you, Ollie. Thank you for being around, my man. Thank you to you, Isbor, Lucas, everybody that was around. Anything interesting that has just come out? Wow, Varela, Arsenal lead the way in Berardi. What? What? Hold on. Sempre Milan, always with some interesting news. What is this? Oh, of course. Milan want to hold on. So this is about Cassie. Arsenal want to get Cassie. Arsenal want to get Cassie. All right, guys. Well, we will see you in a few hours. Forza Milan, and have a great night. See you in a few hours. Arrivederci.